morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you here in Palác Ara for the conference Multiple Challenges for Transatlantic Partnership. I am Irena Krcháková and I'll be your guide through this conference. So just if you have questions, find me, ask me, and we will figure it out. The event is organized by European Liberal Forum with co-organizer Institute for Politics and Society, and I am personally very happy about it. We are looking forward to a day full of interesting debates. We will be talking about economic relations between United States and the European Union, geopolitical trends, and of course impunity, with an emphasis on the war in Ukraine. So first of all, I will ask for an introduction. Ms. Šárka Shoup, board member, European Liberal Forum, please come here and have your speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the ministers, the ambassadors, your excellencies, members of European and Czech Parliament. It's my honor to welcome you on the 8th edition of this conference called Multiple Challenges for Transatlantic Partnership. It's taken place here for the first time in this beautiful venue, and we believe we can look forward to the very fruitful discussion. Throughout today, we will be discussing the topics which will tackle the relations of multiple challenges for transatlantic partnership from the political, economical, and security point of view. As the European Liberal Forum, we work as a platform which try to contribute to the public debate and discussion, and it's possible only thanks to you and thanks to our distinguished guests and speakers. So please don't be here just as a passive audience. Please communicate with us. We have a microphone also for you, and we are really looking forward to your ideas and suggestions. I would like to especially thanks to our organizers and co-organizers. We are not only here as a European Liberal Forum, but also the Institute for Politics and Society, which prepared this day very carefully for you, and together we communicate all this scope with the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, which is here as well, and also the Republican Institute and Liberté from Poland. Thank you again, and we are really looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Šárka. And now I ask Mr. Jan Macháček, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Institute for Politics and Society. Sure, of course, it's yours.
Thank you. So I would like to welcome all of you, excellencies, dear guests, for for today's conference. We already did this conference 7 times. Originally it was called Multiple Challenges for European Union. Then, like 5 years ago, we transferred for Multiple Challenges for Transatlantic Partnership. And it has always been very fruitful and lively, and we also hope important discussion on various topics concerning this partnership and challenges ahead of us. So, as you can imagine, these days everything important, most of important things are somehow related towards the the most painful situation related to the war, Russian aggression in Ukraine. In this fight against Russian aggression, US and Canada are, if we speak about Atlantic relationship, are the most important military and financial supporters of Ukraine, but European Union, including Czech Republic, obviously is also helping Ukraine, and so we will speak about this partnership. How can Americans, North Americans and Europeans, how can we help to Ukraine to win the war, to get to some perhaps peaceful solution at some point? So this will be one of the most important panels of this discussion. Second very important issue is trade, and there is a lot of discussion about new protectionism, which is related to new trade policies in the US and also in Europe. There is a fear that we are witnessing the end of global free trade. There is more emphasis on self-reliance, and US, as you know, came with this Inflation Reduction Act, which doesn't have much to do with inflation, but it is protecting American industries against competitors from outside, but not only against competitors from countries like China, but there is a fear that it's supposed to protect American market against European competitors only. But we will have a chance to discuss all these things in detail. Europe is also trying to emphasize all kinds of resilience, which is a danger for free trade. So we will have a panel about this, and there is also a panel about geopolitical cooperation of Europe and the United States, which, among other topics, they will definitely touch the issue of how to get support of Global South, which is somehow alienated from the Western interest and Western values as we used to understand it. Okay, so welcome again at this discussion, and I hope you will enjoy it and participate actively and ask questions if possible. So enjoy the day.
Thank you, Mr. Macháček. As was said, I think we can expect a very interesting debate through the day. But first of all, I will ask our keynote speakers to make their openings. So first of all, Mr. Timmy Dooley, co-president ALDE Party. Please, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, and to Jan and to Šárka, and indeed to the Institute of Politics and Society and to ALF. Thank you for having us here today. It's my great pleasure to be here. I think you said you've had 7 of these. I think I've been probably in attendance at 5. Unfortunately, I'm not able to stay for the duration of the day. I've got to catch a flight back to Dublin at 11:50, so I'll be leaving as soon as I'm finished. And as we're facing into an electoral cycle, I'm always reminded that my voters are in Ireland and not in Prague, unfortunately. Under normal circumstances, I'd get to spend the weekend in this beautiful city, but it's not possible on this occasion. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders of political parties and members of Parliament, it really is a pleasure to be with you on this occasion once again. It's happening at a time when you have shown such dedicated and forward thinking, and it's important to have you in a room like this today to discuss these issues. As we gather today, our thoughts are inevitably drawn towards Ukraine, as Jan has identified, and so many of us discuss and address. In my role as co-president of ALDE, I've been in Ukraine 4 times since the war of aggression, or Putin's war, has taken place, and it really is heartening to see the continued resilience of political leaders around the world to continue their support, notwithstanding how drawn out and protracted has become. The Ukrainian people are not merely defending their territory, they're safeguarding their democratic identity, thereby uniting the world behind noble principles of self-determination and human dignity. Their fight, ladies and gentlemen, is our fight. Their defence is our defence. So the spirit is an inspiration to all of us, and we've got to maintain that. In order for us to address the challenges facing the Transatlantic Alliance, we must also have to recognise what it is we're doing well. Our economic partnership has been a steadfast beacon of mutual support. A 1.2 trillion euros in transatlantic trade in 2021, exceeding 10% from pre-pandemic levels. The economic artery that binds us ensures the direct employment of approximately 9.4 million individuals, with a ripple effect that supports an outstanding 16 million jobs across the territories. This, dear friends, is not merely an economic alliance. It's a union of prosperity forged in shared values. Our financial interplay, wherein the United States invests 4 times more in the EU than in the entire Asia-Pacific region, and the EU invests 10 times more in the US than in India and China combined. It's not just an investment in economies, but a profound investment in trust, belief, and a shared future. Despite the tempests of challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic, our economic and trade relationships have not just survived, they have thrived and reached new heights, with bilateral trade in services alone amassing over 500 million in 2021. You can say that in a way Russia's aggression has reignited that transatlantic alliance. Paradoxically, it has made us value our safety. As President Biden recently said, Putin wanted the Finlandization of NATO. Instead, he got the NATOization of Finland. Finland's membership of NATO and Sweden's eventual accession have made us all safer. I come from a country that has been military neutral since our foundation for obvious historic reasons. But we're now starting to debate the relevance in this society and in this time of what a military neutrality is doing for us and how it really doesn't serve us to the extent that we might have thought in the past. The actors are the same, the methodologies are different, whether it comes from issues around cyber attacks and others. We've got to reevaluate our position in that regard. So the past years have reminded us all that today's struggle is not complicated. It's simple. There is a struggle between good and evil, between terror and brutality on one side and freedom and democracy on the other. Many countries, and I wouldn't put Czechia in this group, thought that this battle was over, that democracy was a given and that the only moral questions we had to worry about were those of the economic and of climate change. Sadly, that hasn't materialised in the way that we thought. And then we receive a painful reminder that sometimes there is no choice. If we want to maintain our democratic values to exist, we have to protect them. Sometimes we have to use force to protect them. And while the focus is rightly on Ukraine, we must also address the broader concern, the global backsliding of democracy that can only be addressed through the Transatlantic Alliance. And that, we had a nice discussion over breakfast this morning about the potential outcomes and the impact that that might have on the world stage from the US elections, and the number of you in the room that were there, and I'm sure they will be explored over the course of the day. It's no accident that Czechia is one of Taiwan's closest allies. Czechs understand that if we allow Putin to win this war, we cannot guarantee the independence of any nation in the world. From every corner of the world, we're witnessing an unsettling trend where autocrats are gaining ground, undermining international law. The rise of leaders who subvert democratic institutions to entrench their power is a phenomenon that is not isolated to faraway lands. If history teaches us anything, it is that democracy is neither a default nor a guaranteed state of governance. The path towards democratic societies has been paved with struggle, with sacrifice, and an unwavering belief in the values of liberty and equality. The Czech people know this all too well. The current challenges of democracy are not anomalies, but reminders that the fight for democratic values is perpetual and must adapt to new realities. Democracy is not merely about casting votes in elections every other year. It's about ensuring that every individual, irrespective of their background, is treated with inherent dignity and respect. It's about establishing and nurturing institutions that protect fundamental rights and uphold the principles of justice and transparency. The global capitalist model, which we've built since the end of World War II, efficient and innovative, pulling billions out of poverty, but also proven capable of eroding democratic foundations. Our political institutions must inspire confidence and demonstrate that participation yields results. From safeguarding voting rights to ensuring transparency and accountability among the powerful, it is crucial that our institutions are not only symbolic democratically, but also functioning so. That is what leads me to the next issue which we need to talk about, which is elections here, elections within the European Union. And in June next year, all citizens and all member states will get a vote for their respective candidates in the European Parliament. And for too long, those of us who believe in democracy have allowed decision makers in Brussels to be characterised in a manner that is unwelcome and unfriendly, and despite the fact that they're democratically elected. The pervasive disinformation, conspiracy theories and hateful rhetoric that plague our online space must be tackled head-on. Technology companies which wield unparalleled influence must be held accountable and subjected to democratic oversight. We must work towards detoxifying our public discourse, ensuring that it is conducive to constructive debate and the democratic process. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I draw hope from the emergent leaders of the next generation, many of whom will be elected in the European Parliament in 2024. I trust with their energy, innovation and unyielding belief in a better future that they are poised to reconstruct our democracies. The onus is on us all, on both sides of the Atlantic, irrespective of age or position, to engage collaboratively and pave the way for a democratic future that not only endures but also thrives. And I just want to quote my good friend, the outgoing Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte, a friend and fellow believer in the Transatlantic Alliance. He said, and I quote, "This will not be China's century. The 21st century will be the century of democracy and thus the century of America." So, on behalf of European liberals, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for taking part in these vital discussions and for committing to the collective pursuit of a stronger transatlantic partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dooley, for your speech. I will ask another key speaker, our guest, Mr. Karel Havlíček, Vice President, Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. So please, Mr. Havlíček, the microphone is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, yesterday at a gala dinner with the speakers of the conference, I said that now is the right time to discuss new opportunities, discuss new threats, and maybe re-evaluate values. If we met here a few centuries ago, it would probably not be a friendly encounter. Our nations will be at war, fighting over land and religion. Through centuries, transatlantic relations have been riddled with conflict. Yet, we stand today as friends and colleagues, and we manage to find a common ground. It's nothing short of a miracle that the very nations which once clashed at war now sit together to forge a collective path forward. The past 2 years brought about unforeseen challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russian invasion of Ukraine, left marks on our political landscapes, on the way we look at national security, and on our economies, of course. Not only that, these crises also left marks on each and every one of us. However, they also showed us the power and importance of our transatlantic partnerships. In many ways, these international crises improved our bonds and show the world the power of us keeping a united front. I'm glad we are meeting here today to discuss the challenges these last years brought, the lessons we learned from them, and how to proceed. I'm looking forward to the discussions about current economic, political, and security issues and challenges. Being an economist myself, I can see that the growing tensions and fears brought about by the last few years are apparent not only in politics, but also in economics. We see trade reductions, rising prices of energies and essentials, and general slowdown in economic growth. Yet, amidst these challenges, we observe resilience. European Union's GDP for the first quarter of the year 2023 shows marginal growth with promising prospects for the rest of the year. However, the recent Inflation Reduction Act signed by President Biden has stirred concerns. While its intent is noble, it carries potential implications for international trade and the economic relations between the United States and European Union. The question we face is how do we balance domestic economic priorities with the necessity of maintaining strong cooperative international trading system. As we look ahead, we must also consider how our economic decisions will influence our standing with global players like China, and whether economic alignment between the European Union and United States can bolster political solidarity. These are important questions we must answer together. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has been a turning point. It has solidified the bond between the European Union and the United States in unprecedented ways. Our united response through sanctions and other measures underscores our commitment to preserving sovereignty and international law. Our response to this crisis speaks to our shared vision of a Europe and whole and at peace. But this path is fraught with challenges, both internal and external. The threats of European security posed by Russia's aggression are grave, yet has galvanized stronger military cooperation between the European Union and the United States and the United Kingdom. How do we ensure the security of countries at Europe's frontier? How do we deter further aggression without escalating tensions? All of these important and difficult questions with difficult answers. However, if I know anything, we need to answer them together. Our transatlantic partnerships being tested. But it's also an opportunity to reaffirm our shared values and interests, of course. Together we can navigate the complexities of our time, from economic disputes to geopolitical challenges. It's my hope that we will be able to discuss these issues openly and listen to each other carefully. I believe that many misunderstandings in today's politics are not necessarily the results of differences. Instead, they are often the result of us not listening to each other carefully and openly. Last but not least, I would like to stress the importance of paying attention to the needs of the people in our respective countries. With rising tensions and ongoing crises, we might see people questioning the importance of an international cooperation. Without providing security and taking care of the needs of our citizens, it might be increasingly difficult to make them see the benefits of our transatlantic partnerships. So I'm happy and honored that we'll have the opportunity to discuss these crucial issues with the politicians from all across Europe. And it's my delight to welcome Mr. Timmy Dooley, the co-president of ALDE party from Ireland, Sigrid Kaag, the Minister of Finance from Netherlands, and many, many more esteemed express. So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Havlíček, for your speech. But before we will continue in our program, let me remind you that in the backstage is ready refreshment for you, and also feel free to take a coffee or tea through the debate. And let me remind you that our conference is streaming online, and on your badges are, on the back of the badges, are a Slido where you can online ask or make questions for the debate. So, and now we will continue with our program. We are going to have a discussion on EU-US economic relations on the verge of subsidy war. I give the floor to my colleague Mateusz Morawiecki. Please come here. I'm sorry, Mateusz Piotrowski. It was my fault. Sorry. Sorry.
Should I grab the mic?
Of course, it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Not Morawiecki, but the name is familiar. Well, maybe I will start with saying that it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Maybe I will just ask the panelists to join me on the stage, and please join me welcoming them here and encouraging for an interesting discussion with clap your hands. If you could take a seat, I would, as a photo shows, I think it would be helpful. Yep, I think it should be this. Are we missing one? Sorry. Yes, I guess. Okay, but I guess we will start in that. I will just remind you, I will have time for questions from the audience, but as my colleague said, it may be easier if you do the Slido. I will see it on the tablet. But of course, if you would like to ask, just raise your hand, and we will probably, well, not me, but my great panelists here will try to answer your questions. I will just give ourselves a time here. It's 1 hour, 20 minutes. Let's stick to that. Just short remarks from me for the start, and then I will give the floor to the panelists. So it is devoted, the panel is devoted to the discussion on economic relations between the EU and the US, and that's of course, and somehow, for a year from now, a little bit, the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, always pops up in the discussion. The problem from my perspective, and I'm the US policy analyst, so I'm kind of a devil's advocate here, sorry. The problems in economic dimension of the relations between the EU and the US are nothing new. You are well aware of the disputes regarding the steel and aluminium, which probably we'll talk about a little bit today. Airbus and bank subsidies, so definitely this thing is nothing new, but these only are some factors, which of course are important to discuss, and hopefully we will today. But nevertheless, they are only, from my perspective, cracks on the surface of the US-EU economic cooperation, and I just want to keep that in mind for every one of you. But hopefully, with this fantastic group of speakers, which I have an honor to host, we will get to some important answers in no time. And now, officially introducing my panelists, which I should do from the start. Sigrid, Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Netherlands. Weston Stacey, which is not here yet, but hopefully he will be. Executive Director, American Chamber of Commerce in Czech Republic. Karel, Chief Executive Officer, Center for European Policy Studies, and Jan Macháček, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Institute of Politics and Society. Well, I would like to start with the one first question, which is directed to every one of you. But let's think about it as some kind of the opening remarks. So, oh yeah, no, now it's working. Okay, it's not my voice, hopefully. Let's think about it as some kind of an opening remarks, so please throw everything you need, everything you feel is important on the topic. But my question, referring to the title of the panel, which is On the Verge of Subsidy War, are we really there? Are we really there on the verge of subsidy war, or maybe it's just a dispute, maybe it's just a squabble, something very little? Because from my perspective, war is a pretty strong word, and we are still, I mean, the EU and the US are still very strong partners. Maybe I will start with Madam Prime Minister.
No, but I never believed it was a subsidy war. I felt it was an appropriate initiative by the President Biden to sort of green the American economy. Yes, it had a risk of potential protectionist tendencies, particularly in the beginning when certain elements, sort of the local element in production was a mainstay, but ultimately the IRA also has proven indirectly and directly to be beneficial to European companies because of the change in the negotiated package. But it's also been an incentive for us to get our own house in order because we do finance a lot. There's more money available at a European level. Companies find it very hard to access the state subsidy schemes that are available, so we've loosened temporarily the measures that were in place. So it's prodded us, I think, to be more effective, to try to be more innovative and to compete. And that's, I think, the strength of the EU-US partnership. So I never saw it as a huge risk. I thought we should be very careful to overplay it, particularly at a time of crisis and war on the European continent, when we also rely very much on our transatlantic partner, the United States.
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Lenu, if I may.
Thank you, and pleasure to be here. Sorry, my voice is a bit low, let's say I had a bit of a cold. But I would agree with Minister Kaag, let's say we are not on the verge of a subsidy war. I think our relationship at the moment are very good, but of course we have sometimes different approaches to similar things. The first thing, let's say, we need to know, let's say that we should be happy in Europe, let's say that the US is doing everything to greening its economy. Exactly. We shouldn't forget that only 4 years ago, the 4 years before that, or the 3 years ago, the 4 years before that, there was hardly any close relationship between the EU and the US. Let's say the relations between the EU and the US were almost frozen. There were no summits, there were hardly any talks. Let's say at some stage there was a summit between the then president of the European Commission, Juncker, and Trump. But that was it. Let's say it was a very bad time, let's say. But today, let's say it's a matter to try to compare what is probably not so comparable. And that is a bit of the problem. Let's say if you look at subsidies on both sides of the Atlantic, we should first of all not forget we are in a global subsidy race with the 3 blocks, China, the US, and the EU. We have different forms to try to do it. And I think the most difficult one, if we compare us, EU, with China and the US, is ourselves, because we have so many different levels at which we work. We have a very integrated system in the United States, an even more integrated system in China. Europe is very fragmented, and we have support at many different levels. If we were to add up the support which we have in Europe for the greening of the economy at the local level, for example, support of solar panels at the national level and at the European level, we add up with more, and there are statistics on that. Of course, to have the correct figure is difficult, but we add up with more than you have in the United States. On top of that, this is just direct subsidies. On top of that, there is in Europe the emissions trading system, which is, I think, almost the only one in the world, let's say a system by which companies have to pay for their emissions, but also that gives revenues to the EU, to the states, by the way. It comes to the EU, but it's disbursed to the states, which can be used for greening the economy. So it's an additional one. So there are plenty of ways in which the EU is already subsidizing its economy. And to attack the US, to say, look, you cannot do this, this is, against kind of a order for competition, a level playing field between the EU and the US, is incorrect. We have to use this as an opportunity, as I think the minister also said, to put our own house first in order, before attacking the US, and also respecting the fact that we should be extremely happy that the US is greening its economy, because we hope, let's say, it will stay like this a year from now.
Thank you. Mr. Macháček?
So I will be a more skeptical voice here. I don't think that criticizing the US and the way it was prepared and way it was approved is like attacking the US. I think there is quite a difference between attacking and criticizing someone. I think if Europeans are allies of the US, the way the Inflation Reduction Act was initiated, discussed and approved was very surprising for a lot of almost all politicians and commentators within Europe. Everyone was taken by surprise. It was one-sided initiative. The US didn't discuss it with its partners. So I think it's negotiations about what it really means and what it's going to mean about the transatlantic relationship came after it was approved. I think it's very important. So attacking the US, it's not criticizing the US. Friends should be able to criticize each other. I think it's like the basis of a healthy relationship. That's the first thing. Other thing is like we should somehow look at the name of the we should also touch the topic Inflation Reduction Act. So there's people are saying mostly that it has nothing to do with inflation. It might have something to do with inflation if it increases the productive capacity of the economy, which would be more appropriate to if you in the long term increase the capacities of the economy by investment into infrastructure. But with the greening of the economy, as you say, it's partially not that clear because a lot of money is invested into research and development, and we still don't know the results if you really manage what you wish. Like, so I think the technological progress is best guaranteed by the competition of private companies, by market forces, and it might be possible that if you increase investments and government subsidies, the technological progress would follow, but it is not given. It's not a given. It's not. We shouldn't take it for granted. So I think when you mentioned this emission trading system, I think it's it would. What is troubling for Europe as a partner of the US that US has it has a stronger economy, and it has it is a federation, so it has its own much stronger resources which Europe cannot compete with, even if it includes the income from emission trading system. So US is able to borrow substantially on the financial markets for federal budget. It is attracting resources from all over the world. It has huge capital market, unlike European Union, and it has it is not it doesn't have to obey the different like fiscal restrictions and regulations and limits which Europe is has the capacity for. So US, that's why it is unpleasant for Europe that Europe is not in a foreseeable future will have its taxes, its bonds on the markets. If it ever will, we don't know, but it's not going to happen for decades, I would estimate at least. So that's why it is unpleasant for Europe to compete, because if America is really investing a lot of money into its industries, the potential for Europe to compete with such a force is limited, and also the results. If you start to subsidize your industries and your economy in an open global trading system, you don't see the results immediately. You cannot say today it is going to be damaging in this or that way, because you will feel the pain like a few years on now and not at the very moment. Other trouble I see is weakening of the global institutions like the WTO, etc., which is its role in all these things is globally, I am afraid, diminishing, and many initiatives like this one in the US is taking these institutions by surprise. So I understand that due to the more assertive, aggressive China, due to the pandemic, especially the experience of the pandemic, and due to the growing rivalry between the US and China, it's understandable that all the important players in the world are emphasizing resilience and self-reliance into an extent. So this is the result of all these forces. But I don't happen to be that optimistic as my predecessors in this discussion.
Great.
Can I just perhaps reflect a little bit on what was said? Because I think we're having to look at the matter from different angles. The Russian illegal invasion and war in Ukraine has really tilted the balance and has forced us all to accelerate. Now, all countries also have domestic considerations. So I think, to be honest, we should be a little bit more lenient and assertive and confident as a European Union when our friends and allies, okay, sometimes take us by surprise, but take big decisions. We can handle it because we do have to have our own system in order. And the Commission has put forward a number of other initiatives in reaction, in response. But I would like to see that as a competitive positioning out of necessity. And if we truly believe in a fully integrated market, indeed that needs to build a capital markets union and have a banking union, where we failed to achieve so far, but we ought to, then we will be much better placed. If you look at future expansion of the European Union, we also need to get our house in order. When it comes to the fiscal base, comes to financing opportunities, the investments, we have to walk the talk. So I don't begrudge the United States that. I think in friendships and alliances as strong as we have it with the United States, yeah, okay, we might have liked to have had a sort of a heads up, but you know, life happens. So that's okay in the strength of the friendship. It's the way we respond and the maturity of our response that I find as a European more interesting and more relevant, particularly when you look at the challenges around us, not only militarily on the continent, but also at the big topics where we need to discuss how we will de-risk from China, how we will deal with a system rival, but also have selective partnerships when it comes to raw materials and when it comes to the competitiveness of the European economy. Are we fit for purpose? And that's the big issue on the table. Also, post-European parliamentary elections, are we mature enough? What do we want to be when we grow up as Europeans? I think that should be on the table. And perhaps one last reflection on the WTO. I think the Netherlands certainly is always very keen to support a rules-based trading system, but Ngozi, the Director General of WTO, rightly points to the risk of fragmentation as a result of all the partial or fully protectionist measures that are taken by different countries or blocs. But we need to also start thinking, what is re-globalization? What type of value do we create? What could new forms of trade bring to third countries? Not just EU, US, but what do we do in the global south? How do we create wealth? How do we create stability? This is where trade comes in as an important factor. And sometimes I think we need to step out of our bilateral confines. Very important, but it's not the only game in town.
Thank you very much, and I should say from the start, please respond to the other remarks if you feel it's needed and you like to. Mr. Stacey, maybe we'll go back to you as you're here with any opening remarks.
You're on straight away. You came late, but you're allowed to talk.
But I will be polite. So for the starter, I asked, are we really on the verge of subsidy war? And I would like to hear your response. I've seen your response to my email back in the day, but that's not what the other people saw. So I'm really interested about your remarks.
Okay, so I don't know what anybody else has said.
So I'm sorry.
I'm walking into dangerous territory. Sorry for being late. It always seems in my work that every single obligation occurs on the same day at the same time. And so I needed to be somewhere else earlier this morning, and the other people in the meeting took much longer than I wanted them to. So, are we on the verge of a subsidy war? maybe, right? I mean, it depends. If I could maybe change the perspective on it. What we're on, and I come from not from the U.S. government, but from U.S. business, right? So please do not take my word as the U.S. government. Actually, if I was a member of the U.S. government, I wouldn't be here because, you know, we're about to be shut down, right? The U.S. government is about to be shut down. So at least I can be here, but I can't speak on behalf of the U.S. government. So from the perspective of U.S. business, we're not on the verge of, but we're in the middle of a huge technological transition, right? The European Union and European countries have been saying for a long time that we have to take climate change seriously. The U.S. government, the U.S. population has not done as good a job at recognizing the threat, but they recognize the threat now. That technological transition is requiring companies in almost every sector to re-examine the products that they sell and how they produce them. There's going to be an enormous number of new technologies that are going to need to be developed. They do not exist today. The idea of how you can get there exists today, but there needs to be an enormous amount of scientific research and also applied research and also product development that's done over the next 10 years. Companies likely do not have all of the resources or all of the courage needed to invest in those, developing those technologies. The EU, to its credit, and other EU countries, I would say, sorry, I don't know much about how the Netherlands is approaching this issue. It's my fault. But Germany, for instance, putting a lot of money into it. And what the US has done recently is said through the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, we're also going to put a lot of money into new sustainable technologies. We are going to put money where companies are either unable or unwilling to finance fully the technological development, and it's going forward. I would say, and there was the email response that you're referring to, is I don't believe that this started with the Inflation Reduction Act. I think that the Inflation Reduction Act was not aimed at Europe, for one thing. It was aimed more at China and what China is doing, and also the absence of manufacturing in the U.S. Midwest, which votes but doesn't have jobs. And so there's a big push to get more manufacturing back into the U.S. And what Europe and the U.S. should be looking at is not, are we about to go into a subsidy war, but are we investing enough and in a coordinated enough way with each other that we will be the technological leaders in 10 years' time? Because 10 years' time is the horizon, right? And the Chinese are investing. I read, after I sent the email, the New York Times, a New York Times article about the Chinese electric vehicle company, NIO, that they lose $35,000 US dollars per car that they sell, right? $35,000 US dollars per car that they sell. And the Chinese government last year put $1 billion, right, into subsidizing this car company. The EU is now considering whether or not that is unfair trade advantage. And I guess my point is, maybe this panel should be discussing what we should be doing together about that threat instead of talking about how the US and the EU are like brother and sister and who's doing what that's, you know, making the other one irritated.
Thank you very much. I think it's there were great remarks, and it's really important that we have also the private sector perspective here on the panel. If I may go back to you, Mr. Macháček, with the first question about the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act. Do you think that this impact on transatlantic cooperation between the EU and the US regards only the economic dimension, or is it broader? Is it goes into maybe not security, because I don't believe it, but maybe the political dimension it also affects?
Of course, it has a political dimension, and we will discuss geopolitics on future panels. But I agree with Mr. Stacey that it's very important to talk about China and about rivalities of the US and Europe and EU policies with China. It will also be a chance to speak about it in the next panel, but this is not exactly we can speak about it, but this is not exactly a conference on China. There are many conferences on China and discussions about EU or US rivalries with China. So this is more about emphasizing our cooperation and maybe emphasizing our troubles, which and mutual criticism on Atlantic axis. So that's what I was trying to speak about. That friends and cooperators should be able to criticize each other, and I think that the way it was approved and arranged in the US was very unilateral, and EU wasn't respected as an equal partner in initiating these huge changes in subsidies and trade policies. So that was my kickoff that you were missing at the beginning.
Great, thank you. With the other question, I will go back to Madam Prime Minister. If I get your opening remarks right, you're voicing more for the, well, not say response of the EU, but follow-up of the EU to the Inflation Reduction Act as a try to build up the European economies, the national economies, but the European economy as a whole, and not as a countermeasure, right? So, any details maybe on that? Any detailed proposals? What the EU should do right now in terms of the specific proposals, economic proposals, but also in terms of the economic dialogue with the US? How should it be perceived in the coming months? We have also this dispute with steel and aluminium, which I believe we'll get into the panel, but regarding maybe not even the meeting of the leaders, but let's say Trade and Technology Council level, how it should be handled on both sides.
Maybe also for the benefit, as the gentleman of the Institute prefaced, my main thesis was that we shouldn't be too fussed about the way it was announced. I see it as a collaborative effort, and we need to competitively position ourselves from strength and trust in the strong transatlantic relationship. So I wasn't too, maybe that's very Dutch, we're more pragmatic potentially on these issues. I wasn't too troubled by the sudden announcement, because domestic political considerations often override. However, given the history and the depth of our relations with the US, I think we're big enough to handle this. Sort of chip on our shoulders, and we invest in the Trade and Technology Council, where technological transfers, artificial intelligence, the de-risking discussion, all that should take place there. Now, in parallel, the Commission has announced a number of other initiatives, Critical Raw Materials Act, the STEP program. So I think a lot has taken place in March last year, and that needs to be further detailed. Now, the big question there, again, intra-EU, and we can't begrudge the US that, how do we finance all these initiatives? And then you have a totally different approach amongst countries. Some will say, mine for instance, yes, nice Commission, yes, we want that. However, please finance it from the current budget. Don't come with another increase. Others will say, no, we need to go for common borrowing because these are the new challenges. I think all agree that this is a challenge and it requires an EU-level response. It's about the future of the Union, economically and therefore also geopolitically. But the big question often is, who's going to pay? And here Europe is not united. Then we come back to the whole point the other gentleman said, rightly so. The US can afford to issue tax credits, which is a bit of an open-ended checkbook. And we sort of obviously provide subsidies, but we don't have a banking union, we don't have a capital markets union yet. So our sort of power on the market, on the financial markets, is limited by our own lack of political will to move forward on these issues. So how do we deal with it? I think these initiatives are important. We feel there would be an opportunity to anchor and institutionalize the Trade and Technology Council so it withstands, hopefully, the test of time. And should the elections next year work out in a way that will probably take us back a few years in terms of the relationship that has been rebuilt and reestablished, I think big kudos to President Biden and his team. They have really come back on the international stage and invested in those relations. So the question is also, let's face it again, all issues sometimes can be domestic. We all have to wait and see what happens next year in the US elections. We'll have European parliamentary elections, we'll have a new commission. Let's wait and see. So this is a little bit of a twilight zone too, and this is where businesses, I think, can obviously lead the way and hold all politicians to account, and think tanks such as represented here, to say, okay, this is what's at stake. These are the data, not from a political perspective, these are the choices you elected politicians can make. But a last point, again, Global South. If we look at the triangulation EU, US, China, let's not forget the emerging markets, the political voices, and the Global South, because it's not only about investment, it's also about trade, equality and equity. Without that, we will not achieve the stability we want. We'll be busy with each other, but we'll be forgetting a large part of the world's population.
Great, thank you for that and for bringing the Global South to the discussion. But I will try to go back, to China. I know it's a discussion on that, but and to you, Mr. Lanu, with that question, if I may. So it's obvious that China is the. I mean, to me, it's obvious that China is the reason, the main reason of the IRA in the U.S. and some other domestic economic policy. That's obvious, but how big should be the factor of China in perceiving this kind of policies by the European Union? Big or only a little? What's your perspective?
The China factor is everywhere. It's the biggest issue today on, I think, the EU's agenda, not only on the US agenda. We're struggling at the moment how to have a unified policy towards China, and we know it is extremely difficult. There are many different voices, certainly, and Germany is a bit the laggard. But if you put this into an EU-US perspective, we shouldn't forget we had almost already a KEI, the trade form of a investment agreement with China, the KEI, the China Agreement on Investment, which was almost concluded between, at that time, it was Merkel, Macron, and the President of the European Commission at the end of 2000. But then China took some strange steps, blacklisting, whatever, think tank representatives, for example, acting against Lithuania because of its policy towards Taiwan and so on. And in a matter of a year, I think mostly China, spoiled its entire relationship with the EU. I think at that time in 2000, we were very close to have that agreement, but it was, in a matter of a few months, it was unraveled. And I think it's very unlikely now that we will have an agreement. But also don't forget, we had already an agreement with China, which was an agreement on geographic denominations for wine, for example, and cheese and all the other things. The Europeans attach a lot of importance if we send goods to China, luxury goods as well. Let's say that the labels, the intellectual property rights are respected. That agreement exists. But what I would like to remind everybody in this audience, we hardly have any form of a trade agreement with the United States. So we have a very close partner, the United States, but we don't have any formal way of a regular trade dialogue, which we've seen under the Trump years. There was hardly any dialogue between the EU and the United States. We now concluded, by the way, also because of China, a small agreement on raw materials. Of course, raw materials, everybody knows why, because we're all dependent on raw materials. But for the rest, we had nothing with China. But the EU has trade agreements all across the globe, except with the United States. We have a big agreement with Japan, we have one with Canada, we have one with North Korea, we have agreements with Mexico, with Canada, with trying to have one with South America. But the big absentee is the United States. And we've been investing in this relationship for 20, 30 years. I mean, the early 2000s, Hunter Verheugen, the then commissioner, had this TEC, the Trade and Economic Council, TEC. Then, under the Obama years, we tried to have an agreement, the TTIP. The TTIP, I mean, the Trade and Technology, what was it then? The TTIP? What the abbreviation stands for, an investment partnership. And then, of course, with the Trump years, and now we tried again, let's say, with this TTD, the TTC, and which we are involved through the TTD. Sorry for all the abbreviations. So we're trying all the time, but the United States keeps us off somewhere. Of course, we have the most established relationship trade-wise between the EU and the US of any other relationship in the world. Of course, goods-wise, China has now overtaken the US, but if you add services and if you add investment, we are the closest. And by the way, on investments, we have an extremely close relationship. Investment, both sides, if you go to the Commission's website, are almost the same. So an enormous flow. Also, for example, the Netherlands has an enormous flow of investments from the United States into the Netherlands, into Europe, but also vice versa. I think the Netherlands or other countries, the Netherlands is a third of investing, for example, in the United States. An enormously well-established relationship. But even then, we have no formal agreements. And a very important one, which is now being discussed also, which is excluded from the TTC, from the Trade and Technology Council, is corporate taxation. We wanted to have, don't forget, there was a high, I think, the danger of a war between the EU and the US in the domain of technology until 2 years ago was much higher in the domain of technology than anything else. Because we were in Europe, above all France, also Germany was upset that there was hardly any tax revenues from big tech coming into Europe. And some countries at the national level started to have, let's say, a form of a digital tax, like France did, basically to push on the OECD to come to an agreement for a minimum level of corporate tax, which we now have in the context of the OECD, which we're trying to work on at European level. Europe, I mean, the United States has it as well in its IRA, and the discussion is still on, is it comparable, yes or no? And I personally don't understand. We try to understand it. They also have a minimum of 15%, but apparently it's not comparable to what we have in the OECD agreement. However, at least there is an agreement at global level, which we're trying to implement, to have a minimum level of 15%, and that there will be also in Europe, thanks to this agreement. Also, for example, Ireland agreed, and a very important partner, because we had an important Irish speaker a moment ago here. Ireland agreed that all big techs will be taxed at a minimum of 15% and will bring revenues to Europe, not only to the United States. But that's only one. I mean, I don't think at the moment, let's say there is a problem, I'll say having a war, let's say the relationship is very intense. We have this TTD, TTC, but what we need to have is concrete results. And I'm afraid that even with the TTC, which is very good now, which had a 4th meeting in Sweden in the month of May, will just end up in being a big, sorry to say, talk shop. I mean, they discuss many different issues, very good to have at a very high level, but without having very concrete results. And then I mentioned this issue about corporate taxation again as an issue. Let's hope we'll have a result which, again, always somewhere stays in the stars without becoming something concrete.
Perfect, thank you. I will try to leave a little bit aside the IRA right now and ask about the private sector perspective on the whole economic cooperation between the EU and the US right now. I mean, of course, we need to keep in mind that all these disputes are going, but what's the private sector perspective, especially here in Czech Republic, or even maybe in the broader region in Central Europe? Is it better than was before, or is it getting worse right now with these disputes?
So, if I was going to be very simplistic, I would say that disputes are occurring between the governments, but in the private sector, there are no disputes, right? The relationship between Europe and the U.S., I'm being simplistic, is strengthening all the time. There are major U.S. investments here. There are major European investments in the U.S. The cooperation between companies is growing. The trade is growing. It's strong. And so the disputes are, which is not to minimize them, but in the private sector, we're looking to do business, right? And if you just look at it from that perspective, I think for the most part, European companies are still looking to do business in the US and with US companies and vice versa. Just to make a couple of comments, you know, maybe if you had named it instead of TTIP, the Trump trade agreement, you would have gotten it. So we were, US businesses for a trade investment agreement with Europe, has been. My organization has been advocating it probably as long as the EU has been advocating it. Part of the problem is that there are already existing trade agreements with European countries, and so there's some feeling in the US Congress that those are sufficient. That's the US Congress. And so that's the case. And then I would also say that I think that the problem was not that with the digital companies that the tax was not coming to Europe, but it was very concentrated in one country in Europe, correct? And that's a issue that probably needs to be... Yeah. Well, but that was their decision, yeah? And so that's an issue that probably would need to be resolved within the EU, and you probably don't want the US government making that decision for you. So I would go back to my first point, which is for US companies now, and for the Czech companies that I'm talking to that are doing business in the States, the whole game is technology. I mean, the whole game is sustainable technology, right? And how do we get there the fastest? And I don't know the average length of a WTO process, but I think it's more than a decade, right? So it's basically irrelevant for what business is interested in right now. What business is interested in is creating the sustainable technology tomorrow that will allow it to exist, yeah, and then will allow it to be a global leader. And you see, and just go back, you know, the U.S. has passed some laws and some subsidies that have created incentives for U.S. companies and European companies to invest in the U.S. and these types of technology and doing it. But I would ask the Czech people in the audience, right? You're about to spend a good amount of money on creating a electric battery factory for a German company outside of Pilsen. And I doubt very much that the Czech population would be too excited about paying that money so that it could be in Pennsylvania, yeah? So a lot of this is stuff, and Germany just spent $9.5 billion US on subsidizing Intel to develop its chips in Germany. And I doubt very much that the German taxpayers would say, no, you know what, let's put it in Prague, yeah? Not going to happen. So a lot of this is the U.S. government has gotten in the game of sustainable technology, which I think we should be happy about, right? And then there's some stuff at the margins where we need to maybe tweak it a bit so that that the relationship between Europe and the U.S., which I think is essential for us to achieve to create the sustainable technology that will allow us to mitigate climate change. I mean, it's essential that that investment occurs and that that technology is created. And I think that the technological base, the scientific knowledge, and the ability of companies to turn that knowledge into technology is the strongest in the US and the EU. And we need to figure out a way to work together better and to put all other differences aside until we get that technology.
Thank you. In Poland, we also have the Intel investment, so unfortunately for the other nations, I need to agree. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for bringing that. I think it's a positive perspective that business is going further, and the political, let's say, disputes are not influencing in the short term or even the longer term. That's That's good to hear. Another thing that I wanted to bring to the table from the start are these tariffs on steel and aluminium, which, well, the EU and the US is getting closer to negotiate. It's the start of November that this is the final date for now for the suspension. And my question, if I may ask about it, Mr. Lanoux, what's your perspective? Is there a possibility to further suspend the tariffs, or we will see in 1 month the one-sided reintroduction of these U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminium, mostly because of the from Representative Tai, it's mostly because of the trade on the so-called dirty steel. So, what do you think? Suspension, further suspension, or reintroduction?
But we heard, I think that Commissioner Dombrovskis was in Washington only 2 or 3 weeks ago, and that they came to an agreement. But I think that steel is a very specific market where there has been overcapacity caused by a country which we have again already mentioned several times in this thing, which was China, which on top of that has a huge carbon element to this. Europe is now investing massively into green steel, as we call it. We as a think tank contributed with studies on how to reconvert the steel industry, of which there are some examples already in Europe, of a totally greening of the steel industry in Sweden, in the north of Sweden. But you have to see it in that perspective as well. I mean, basically, we should come to a differentiation of tariffs if steel has been decarbonized. And that's one of the problems which we see, which is, by the way, the same for aluminium, because also aluminium has huge emissions and emissions problems. But that should be seen into that perspective. And that's the difficulty of entire trade agreements these days. Let's say that the green element makes all these discussions so difficult, let's say, to simply relate to a simple tariff measure. We should, as I said, differentiate between how the steel has been produced, just to basically make sure that we promote this kind of greening of industries. By the way, also don't forget that Europe is on the verge of, if you then speak about tariffs, has started its CBAM. I think the minister will know it even better. So we will have a way to tackle imports of steel from that country, which I didn't mention a moment ago, also just to make sure that its contribution to polluting the global atmosphere is taken into account when we import this tariff, this steel into Europe, that there is a higher price and that we can promote or again subsidize our own steel industries to become greener and to remain competitive at a global level, and at the same time to make sure that there is a somewhat of a level playing field at the global level. But on the specificities of the aluminium thing, I haven't followed, but I know on the steel side, don't forget the green element of this at the moment, and again, let's say this dimension from this big third country.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you want to?
Just one political comment, which I will try to make this my only political comment. The steel issue in the U.S. is very domestic, right? Pennsylvania is a swing state, it will help to determine the next election. So if we want to get an agreement, we probably need to do it by say February, or else there's going to be a lot of presidential candidates and probably a current president going to Pennsylvania and making a big deal about steel.
Very true. There was a reason why one of the meetings of the TTC was organized in Pennsylvania. So yeah, absolutely.
This is a U.S. domestic political issue.
Yeah, fortunately or not, but probably not in the election cycle. Yeah. Going back to the TTC, because it was already mentioned several times in the discussion, but I wanted to ask, because from my perspective is that unfortunately, but the Russian invasion in Ukraine a little helped with coordination of the TTC, that both sides, the United States and the EU, felt that they should more closely coordinate each other's policies, and that they should further go on with the discussion in general, but also with all of the 10 working groups. And this question goes to the Prime Minister, if I may. Deputy Prime Minister, yeah, of course. For the future, short term or maybe a medium term from your perspective, is there a bigger role for the TCC to play in the transatlantic relations, or should it be still a tool of the economic policy coordination?
Well, you can make it as big as you want, but it has to be the political will to use that channel. I mean, as I said before, I think we should institutionalize the TTC. You can always be variable in terms of the topics you introduce there. But I'm a bit wary of councils and committees that sort of become add-on to work through a strong bilateral relationship. And at the same time, we also have to be realistic. At the EU level, same as US federal government, decisions on security or the economy or, let's say, trade are different ministries, different stakeholders, and you can't all group them into one big council. You can use it as a platform, but I don't think the shape is that important. As long as partners and parties know where to find each other and have regular dialogue in an organized manner based on an agenda which is outcome-oriented or results-oriented, I'm very happy to go in any format. I don't think we should be very sticky about that. I think at a European level often it matters, mandates, councils, which ministries are involved, to have that structured. So it might be that for the European Commission it's easier to have a one-stop shop. And I could imagine for the US too, on the sort of under the cluster economy, technology, finance and trade, that you'd have a one-stop shop to go to, not to go back to Henry Kissinger and Brussels, you don't know whom to call. So I think from let's be, again here also, just be practical.
Yeah. Yes, please.
I would mention one thing. I think this platform is excellent occasion because it's supported by European Liberal Forum, Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, which still says für Freiheit or for freedom. I think that we are completely forgetting the phenomenon of and value of freedom. And in ALDE and European Liberal Forum, these used to be like classical liberal parties, which for them, like freedom was slightly higher than other values like solidarity, etc. So I think that it's symptomatic for these days that we speak about technology, about strengthening resilience, greening, but no one is mentioning freedom anymore. And I think it's very symptomatic these days that there is no more discussion about free trade. But if there is discussion about trade, it's usually emphasis on complex trade agreements where somehow freedom is forbidden and to mention or forgotten to be mentioned. And I think that as a liberal, I think that freedom and prosperity is closely connected. And I believe that the world would be better and safe if it really is emphasizing more freedom, and freedom in trade means more simple rule, lower regulations, lower tariffs for enterprises. And I think it's symptomatic. When China was growing in last few decades, it was growing because it introduced a lot of economic freedoms. It liberated its small entrepreneurs, or it enabled the existence of small entrepreneurs and private companies, etc., and free trade. And it's also symptomatic that if China is now like stagnating or heading towards stagnation or slowing down, it's because it's taking away this freedom. So it's not a coincidence that this is happening hand in hand. And I think that also for if both Europe and the US were prospering and growing, it's also due to the freedom. So I just wanted to speak about this one value, and I think this is a perfect occasion to mention it because this is an event organized by ELF and Friedrich Naumann Stiftung. So freedom is forgotten these days, so I just wanted to mention it.
To be honest, I actually disagree with you. I don't think freedom is forgotten at all. I think it's our definition. What's a liberal democracy? And I'm sorry to say, within the European Union, liberal democracies are also at risk. If we look at outcomes of elections, of the voice of populists that are also using a number of technical arguments to actually erode the values of the European Union. Globally, freedom is at peril. I mean, Freedom House Index is every year we see a decrease. But I think we were talking here about, we started very technically. So yes, obviously we need to look at values, the rules-based system, democracy, ideally liberal democracies. I'm a progressive liberal, as you know. But we can still use trade and the instruments if we do it rules-based and if we also have a view towards equity and equality. But a lot of people outside of this room will protest against trade agreements because they feel the trade agreements of the past haven't brought what they promised, and people have not prospered. So I think we also need to be mindful to sort of be very clear on what the deliverables will be and in which governance structure we can actually help achieve that, because I think we risk sounding hollow if we say freedom and leaving it free for all to fill in. And I think we face a problem within the European Union, for instance, and I think we'll agree on that, that when it comes to the rule of law, we have a number of countries with outcomes of elections where actually the values that we have built the union on risk being eroded from within. And that's a serious challenge.
Stacey, your remarks? Yep. Yep. Please.
Yeah, yes. You want to talk about it?
So freedom of trade. So part of my job is that companies come to me and they complain about regulations, right? The Czech regulations, EU regulations, and one of the freedoms is, you know, not to do business in the country that has those regulations. Those regulations were established by a parliament which was elected by the people and decided to have those regulations. So the EU has a different set of regulations, which you could say is a value system, right? That is different than what the US has. Well, surprise, surprise, right? So we live in two different places, we have two different histories. Okay. But, you know, I'll say this, thinking very in my head about what just happened in the US House of Representatives, right? Freedom, democracy, you have the right to have an opinion, right? And you have the right to express an opinion. But the more important part of democracy is that you have the responsibility to respect other people's right to have an opinion and to accommodate it, to come to some compromise. That's what democracy is. I don't know about how it is in Poland, but I know that when I came to the Czech Republic, compromise was like the worst word you could say, yeah? But that's what democracy is, yeah? And we need to learn to respect it. My son lives in Amsterdam, so I know a little bit about your situation, and I know the personal abuse that you've had to endure. And I'm sorry for it, right? This is not how we should live as democratic societies. So thank you for putting yourself in the position to do that, and hopefully you'll get back into politics in someday in the future, but probably not soon, right?
Great, thank you for that. Maybe I still have some time to ask you the last question before I go to the audience. So maybe it may be a long shot from my side, but thinking, if I may, Mr. Lanu, it will be for you. If things go terribly wrong in terms of coordination in the economic area, is there any chance for disruption in case of coordination of sanctions and exports controls towards Russia? I mean, not in the moment, but maybe in the year or two. If those other things will go wrong, how about that?
But to go wrong with whom?
Between the EU and the US, could it may affect their cooperation on Russia?
I think it's just the opposite. I think, let's say, the sanctions as we see today, and the debate is still on a bit in Brussels, who was there first, the United States or Europe. But there has certainly been a very close coordination between the EU and the US on the sanctions, and we shouldn't forget that the US has a much longer experience in dealing with sanctions. Remember Cuba and other countries than the EU. The EU had a bit of sanctions experience, like with Syria, with Iran, but basically, and did something after the Crimea invasion, but then the big set of sanctions started only in February 2022. and again, because of the close cooperation between the two, I don't see this as any reason for kind of further problems. On the contrary, I think it brings us together, because certainly Europe is learning from the US now, but also US has problems, or we both have problems. How could we eventually use sanctioned assets to help reconstruction of Ukraine? And we both, or all the jurisdictions, have a big problem now in trying to come to eventually to a solution of this problem. So again, I think it brings us together because we're very close, and we of course have different legal systems, and that's a very important thing if you speak about sanctions, legality, and how can you use expropriate assets which were from Russians, for example, to use for something else. That's legally extremely complex and can take years. But again, there I think I see much close cooperation between the EU and the US, above all the US Treasury and the European Commission on these matters. And again, it brings us together rather, and I hope it will bring us together even more in the future, as we hope, let's say, this war can to some degree come to an end, rather than setting us apart.
Great, thank you. Now we'll go to the audience. Like I said, if you have any questions, put it on Slido, or please just raise your hand. I already have some. No remarks, right? I mean, oh, sorry. I was just looking at the tablet. There are some questions already, and I will just ask. Well, anyone who can just would like to reply to the question, I will not direct it because they are not directed here virtually. So I will maybe start with the. Maybe with a follow-up to my last question, because it's the fresh one. It goes like this: Western companies investing in Ukraine should help to beat the corruption in the country. How should the EU and the US approach this? I mean, it's, well, not strictly connected to the US-EU economic cooperation, but it's something that is important in terms of the rebuilding Ukraine economy. Does anyone want to?
I want to start on this, or say the Minister?
Yeah, very briefly, I think all companies, certainly in the EU and the Netherlands, we have two policies. You have to abide by the OECD guiding principles, UN guiding principles on responsible business conduct. That's one. Obviously, not participating, enabling, acting on corruption is a 101. It's also obviously a criteria in our export promotion facilities. It's all related to abiding by the rule of law. Secondly, there's a big role for the Ukrainian authorities to play, and they're acting on it. I mean, their anti-corruption battle, I think, is real, is measurable, and it's part of their process to join the European Union in future. So there's always a role for government and the competent authorities. I don't expect companies to fight it. I expect companies to never participate, enable, or facilitate, and there's a very clear line.
Delano?
I discussed this by coincidence yesterday with somebody in Brussels who said to me, 2030 membership for Ukraine is impossible because of corruption. I was surprised because I hear more of a consensus growing in Brussels that 2030 may be the date for accession of Ukraine, which is, and I know, very soon. But I would agree with the Minister. What Ukraine is doing now is enormous in kind of trying to kind of step up all its actions, and we've seen it by the government, against corruption at so many different levels. Like recently again, I think this week against one of these oligarchs. But don't forget, if I come here, if you remember only 10 years ago, for example, when you went to Romania, if you still go today to Bulgaria, how much corruption was of a problem, but what an progress we've made, certainly in a country like Romania, which was seemed to be very corrupt until I think it joined the EU, even if, after it joined the EU, which was in, if I remember correctly, in 2007 or 2000 and a bit later. So they have made enormous step forward. So don't forget, let's say, and that's what we as a center, as a think tank have discussed, let's say they have the conditionality for accession. There is pre-accession conditionality, but there is also post-accession conditionality. And that will be part of, if you have a very strong scheme for getting Ukraine involved within the EU, it should have very clear steps every 6 months on this and on that and on that to make progress to something, making sure that we don't make the mistakes like we had in the past. Once they're in, they forget about us. That we have not only clear steps before, but also after accession, that the country can fall into line with what we see is one of the most important things of the EU, the rule of law.
Yes, please.
One comment on that. When the Ukrainian government came to Prague recently to try to persuade companies to start doing business again in Ukraine. They brought their ombudsman, right? They brought a guy who said, look, we know there's been a problem with corruption, and I'm the guy that you can talk to if you encounter problems. So I think the minister is right that companies should be part of the solution there. They should be the ones that are insisting on doing business according to international standards. But we all need to also recall that, you know, if you go to Chicago, you will also encounter corruption, right? I mean, so let's not make Ukraine like be perfect. Like, so I think we need to engage there. We need to engage knowing that it's going to be a longer term process for them to completely change their system of governance, because this was a system of governance not unknown in Central Europe, and so they need to be given some time to reform.
Okay, if I may add, so this time I tend to agree, so we have something like that. Besides the accession data, I think it should be really more based on achievements and fulfilling the criteria, otherwise it's we will be making cheap promises. I think it's very important to emphasize that Ukraine is at war, and last year only its GDP was down like 40%. This year it's down again 30%. It's a war economy. In this environment, to say someone you don't do enough about corruption, imagine Czech Republic losing 40% of GDP, 30% of GDP, being at war, and someone would evaluate your successes in fighting the corruption. So we know what the situation, they are doing something, and we know what was the situation before, and after the war is over, we will see that they will how they are implementing the things. But if we are really speaking about a country in the middle of the war, so certainly it's not easy to do both simultaneously.
Thanks. There's another question from the virtual. Ah, okay. So yeah, yeah, that's good. Yes, please. I don't know if you should have a mic, probably, because so the virtual audience will also hear it. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. I think it's better to, let's say, use live question. So first of all, thank you very much for the discussion. My name is Michal Hrubý. I speak on behalf of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, coming from Czechia, actually. First of all, thank you very much to the minister, because I'm pretty much inclined to agree with everything what you mentioned so far. I would have a question regarding the within EU situation when it comes to looking maybe beyond 2026, 2027, because now we have, as you rightly mentioned, we have a pot of money, we have RRF, we are very good at innovations. I think we have, I would say, a good, and we are well placed at the moment. The question is what will be about financing in the future, about maybe some common borrowing, because now the reactive policy, let's say with loosening state aid rules, is not very much friendly for a CEE region, for Central and Eastern Europe, when we face, you know, the countries which are much more deep-pocketed, so to say. And maybe a second question towards Director Stacey, that is the political sustainability of IRA or IIJA, because frankly, there is and there will be, of course, a lot of happening next year, and all these policies were brought in the US with the I would say, promise of good jobs and better economic situations. What happens if it's not delivered in 1-2 years? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think to the gentleman, I could answer your question too. The second part of the question on the US is such is life in politics. You just don't know. Ideally, you'd have predictable policy lines that multiple governments, irrespective of colors, if it's the right decision, will carry forward. But I try that in the Netherlands, and it doesn't always work either. So it's easy to comment from the sidelines. I know. No, I have to make sure if I actually understood what was your question, because I think you made an observation on the difficulties, let's say, Central East European countries face not being deep-pocketed when we're looking at the loosening of state aid rules and the other countries benefit more. Fast forward 26, 27. I mean, we're now in a little bit of a twilight zone, I think, or entering that one. European parliamentary elections, new commission, and then only in that period, 27, we'll negotiate the new budget. And countries are now starting to discuss, and the budget will correlate to discussions on expansion of the union, the decision-making of the union, even in current format or future expanded format, and what is the financing you require to be fit for purpose. So I think I highlighted that at the beginning of our panel. I can't give you the answers. I can tell you my political preferences, but I'm here as a caretaker Deputy Prime Minister. So I think it's going to be an interesting and challenging time for Europe. But the big issue is everybody prepared to give a little bit up of their presumed sovereignty in order to get much more back? That's a political choice. Countries and parties, political parties within countries, have very different perspectives on this. But in the geo-economic and geopolitical world we live in today, I think these matters need to be debated very seriously, free from old-held traditional positions. Otherwise, I don't think we're fit to leap into the future. But that's a personal observation. And it's obviously a neutral observation, but the question needs to be seriously answered. Then if you go down and you look at the current pockets, deeper or less deep, of different countries, of course some countries are more direct beneficiaries than others, but ultimately we all benefit or stand to gain from a well-functioning single market that is a global competitor, that is innovative, that is building towards a green economy, and that tackles climate change effectively. And on climate change, science is very clear. We have no day, not a second to lose. We can make it, we can turn it into something to our advantage. But if we lose time, we will regret it, and the cost of inaction has been costed to be significantly greater than all the financing and fiscal measures we need to put in place. But also that is politically debated, but I'm quite firm on this one. Now to the US.
Okay, so the official answer is yes. Yeah? And the unofficial answer, I think, is probably. I mean, I think that the many of the elements of the what's in the IRA are yeah. I mean, you're putting a lot of money into communities. It's not just about technology investment. It's about fixing bridges and building highways and all of this stuff. And you see that the Republican congressmen that voted against it are in the communities opening, you know, the bridges and taking credit for it, right? So my guess is if, and it's an if. I mean, people are saying that it's inevitable that the former president will be reelected. It's not, right? It's within the margin of error. If you look at the polls, it's 48-45. You know, and that's well within the margin of error. There's a long time before the elections. There's a lot of court cases that are going to be resolved before the elections. So I would say anybody that's telling you that that there's going to be a change in the administration is telling you something they don't know. The IRA, I would give it a 75% chance of it staying. They may change the name, much like they did with the negotiating treaty with Mexico. You know, they went in and they basically changed very little about the agreement. They made some improvements, but it's basically the same trade agreement. They may do something like that with the Inflation Reduction Act, but the basic principles will stay. The business community supports it. Right? They felt many of these things were things that they've been pushing for a long time. So there's substantial support across the aisle within the powerful, influential sectors of the American economy. So I think good chance it stays.
Any other live questions? If not for the moment, I will go with another one from virtual. It's negative one, and I like it. if relations with the US deteriorate in the future, what alternative market strategies should the EU consider? Another easy one. Anyone? For these alternatives?
I mean,
well,
I think actually,
sorry,
no, I'll leave it to the policy center. I think, you know, you can have ebbs and flows in a relationship, but in here, I think the private sector just goes its own way, unless you severely politicize the situation. But the EU will not do that, and I don't think it's in anyone's interest. In this case, free trade will prevail.
There's an important agreement which we just concluded in July, the Data Adequacy Agreement, which I think nobody in this room has read. It's an agreement of about 150 pages, which the Americans have fought for a very long time. It's something we can give up right away, because big tech is controlling Europe, and they want to have the data. And if we say, look, it doesn't go the way we want, poof, the agreement goes. And by the way, it was the condition when Biden came to Europe, which also many Europeans do not know. In March last year, we will support Europeans with our army if you sign this agreement. And the Data Adequacy Agreement is there. Again, try to read it. It's very complex, but it gives Europeans capacity to appeal against use of the data in the United States.
Thank you. I still encourage you to ask live questions.
I think that the rupture in the trade relationship is priority of both sides. Fix it. Yeah, don't look for other sources. You gotta fix it.
But if you have a Trump coming in the White House, what do you do?
Okay.
Take the mic, please.
Yeah. Trump is one person, and he was very disruptive, right? Very disruptive. But did he cancel NATO like he said he was going to do? No, he pushed European countries to spend more on NATO, which was not a Trump policy. That was not started by Trump. Warren Christopher came over here under Obama, right, and asked all of the European. That's been a long-term goal of the United States for one reason, because we don't have an unlimited supply of cash, right? So we need to spend money on defense in the Pacific too. We have a coastline with the Pacific Ocean, and so we also need to spend money there. So don't underestimate the disruptive influence of Trump, but also I would advise you not to overestimate it, right? And particularly since this time, if he comes into office, he will have 4 years, right? He will not, well, hopefully he will have 4 years. According to our Constitution and our, you know, and our laws, he only has one more term. And presidents with one term are usually very weak.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, yeah, please.
Thank you. So you've talked about the China as a problem, or okay, sorry, Maastricht Svetoslav. I'm talking from my university, basically. So you've talked about China as a problem or as a threat for economical relations. And you've also mentioned that it was not a problem in at the beginning of the century. So my question is about, what about India? Because now it's also not a big problem for relations, but we see it's quite growing economical power. So maybe in near future it can be a problem also. So what do you think?
India is economically far behind on China. India has an enormous challenge to put its act together. By the way, we should be happy to work together with India. It's one of the largest democracies in the world. But in the 90s, we spoke about India as becoming the big economy of the world. And we tried to conclude a trade agreement with India as EU at the time, which was 1997. At that time, nobody spoke about China, and see what has happened in the meantime. If you were to look at GDP in India and its evolution compared to China, I mean, of course, China, at the moment India is doing well, but it has huge challenges, and I wonder whether we'll ever get where China is today.
I hope it answered the question. If I may Because I don't see any other questions here. I would like to have this opportunity for you to have any final remarks. If you think of something specific that you would like to add to this discussion, please do. Now is the time for that. But if not, I can jump with the other questions. But I would like to have this kind of free of speech. Then that's the other question that it's more on the European Union, and that's what I would like to discuss. It's also about the IRA, but can the IRA law complicate European efforts for sustainable growth and the green transition according to the Green Deal? And if so, to what extent? Easy for the end.
Well,
Please.
I'll just very quickly, I don't think so. I think what is a bigger issue to implementation of the Green Deal is actually a European opposition by either member states or European parliamentarians. The pressures are from within to slow down or to pause, to do less, given public sentiments or sensitivity and fear on the transition. Transitions are tough. I don't think it's got anything to do with the IRA. We have to look at ourselves in the mirror.
Perfect, thank you. Does anyone want to comment?
Yeah, I agree. And I'll speak to the Czech audience. I mean, what we're telling the government is, one, there's an enormous amount of money out there, right, for the Czech Republic to invest in getting new advanced technologies developed here, which is what the country always talks about, right? The innovative economy. Well, innovative economy is technology, right? And here's the EU saying, we have money that you can invest in your country in developing those technologies, so use it, yeah? And focus on using it. And the second thing is, visit Germany, right? We went to the, the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany and talked to them. Their budget uses only 3% EU money. EU money is irrelevant. The rest of the money comes from the private sector and from the German government. And so they are a research powerhouse. I mean, we would like Germany to go to the US, to talk to the US about how to organize research. Yeah? The Czech government needs to spend more of its own money, right? We keep talking about, and the Czech government keeps talking about how much they believe in the power of the Czech people, right? The brains of the Czech people. And so our question to the Czech government, or our challenge to the Czech government, is prove it, yeah? Invest in your people. Invest in the research and the technology creation that your people can achieve, right? Don't only rely on EU money. Use your own money.
Great, thank you. If there are no, yeah, please.
So my conclusion would be I would differ a little bit. I think that throwing money and speaking about money and resources and subsidies, it's not itself a guarantee of inventing things and having this technology at the table. It's not that simple that if you put enough money somewhere, the technology will emerge. And second thing, that we should be very careful that we are really helping ourselves and not that this transition is technologically helping China. But it has most of the questions has been replaced during has been responded during the panel. So that's these were just like my little bit skeptical remarks at the end.
So I will respond to your skeptical remarks with more optimistic remarks. If you don't spend the money, you don't pay the scientists, and you don't conduct the research. And the companies are going to invest in applied research. That's what companies do. But you also need to have basic research. And I agree with you. It's not just a matter of spending the money. It's about spending the money wisely. Yeah. And in a very structured way with some goals in mind. But at the end of it, it's not spending the money wisely won't get you the technology. You have to spend the money. So the government does need to provide more resources. And every advanced technological country in the world, the national government spends money, some more effectively than others. I would take the Netherlands as a good example of one that does it very effectively.
Great, thank you very much. I think it was a fruitful discussion which brought very different perspectives, but in the end it maybe to some extent I think positive than negative. Please join me in welcoming my fantastic panelists for this discussion. And I will give the floor to my colleague.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Piotrowski, for the debate, and thank all the panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break for the lunch. Everything is ready backstage for you, so please enjoy the meal, and we will resume in about 40 minutes. So we will continue in 12:30 with the political debate.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously, that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o tom, o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun, krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá i naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím si, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na té dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i zefektivnění jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
The digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move, and it's great to be here at the conference today. In that regard, here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, je důležitá, zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformací. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je téměř jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a vyššímu blahobytu v naší zemi.
digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni, a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
Konference Digitální Česko je z mého pohledu hlavní setkání všech těch, kteří mají co k digitalizaci říct každý rok. Já jsem moc rád, že tady u toho mohu být a zejména v současné době, kdy jsme na prahu naprosto zásadních změn spojených právě se zaváděním umělé inteligence.
Já si myslím, že pokud máme být digitální transformaci úspěšný, tak je to vždycky o spolupráci mezinárodní, ale i v tom domácím prostředí mezi biznesem, vládou, institucemi, neziskem, politickými stranami.
At Microsoft, we have a mission, which is to empower everyone on the planet to do more. And we are at a precipice in history. We have the ability now for technology to help people do more. And AI is going to revolutionize the way that people are able to function, are able to do their business, do their work.
Yes, it was a great conference and I'm really pleased to be here. I think it's so important that all these stakeholders meet and that we exchange ideas and perspectives and start even more, particularly public-private partnerships and collaboration coming out of this great conference in Prague.
Já myslím, že to je důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré. Já zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům. A máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of Transatlantic Partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po páté, avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
pro Českou republiku je samozřejmě členství Evropské unii a v NATO zásadní. Není vůbec na místě debata, že bychom tyto aliance opouštěli a naopak musíme být v nich aktivnější a musíme přispět tomu, aby Evropa byla úspěšná.
Bezpečnostní hrozby a výzvy dnešního světa jsou příliš velké pro zemi naší velikosti a naší síly. Zajistit bezpečnost, prosperitu, stabilitu můžeme jedině tehdy, když budeme ve spojení se zeměmi, které sdílejí stejné hodnoty jako my, tedy se zeměmi demokratického světa.
For the Czech Republic, the transatlantic relationship has been indispensable to our security and defense.
You know, the world is weird sometimes, and I think in this particular case, Russia and China are primary adversaries in ensuring that the world comes out in a better, stronger, democratic place, have focused us again, made us remember what we're really about, and so I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of the alliance.
We will come out of this very bad crisis, very unfortunate war. We will come out stronger. I think we will come out bigger, not only in the strength, but also in number-wise, with more countries.
I think the future of transatlantic relationship will now be fully defined by the challenges that are ahead of us on both sides of Atlantic, especially due to the war in Ukraine, but also economic and energy crisis.
We will have to set up a strong alliance that will include in itself security, energy security, economic security, and a better way for interaction and prosperity for everybody who thinks of themselves as democratic countries.
I believe that the future of Transatlantic Partnership goes through better governance models, maybe, why not, even institutionalizing transatlantic relations.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko, a tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun, krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá i naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím si, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na té dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i efektivně jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená, se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu, a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
The digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move, and it's great to be here at the conference today. In that regard, here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference je Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, je důležitá, zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformací. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je téměř jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a vyššímu blahobytu v naší zemi.
Digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni, a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
Konference Digitální Česko je z mého pohledu hlavní setkání všech těch, kteří mají co k digitalizaci říct každý rok. Já jsem moc rád, že tady u toho mohu být a zejména v současné době, kdy jsme na prahu naprosto zásadních změn spojených právě se zaváděním umělé inteligence.
Já si myslím, že pokud máme být digitální transformaci úspěšný, tak je to vždycky o spolupráci mezinárodní, ale i v tom domácím prostředí mezi biznesem, vládou, institucemi, neziskem, politickými stranami.
At Microsoft, we have a mission, which is to empower everyone on the planet to do more. And we are at a precipice in history. We have the ability now for technology to help people do more. And AI is going to revolutionize the way that people are able to function, are able to do their business, do their work.
Yes, it was a great conference and I'm really pleased to be here. I think it's so important that all these stakeholders meet and that we exchange ideas and perspectives and start even more, particularly public-private partnerships and collaboration coming out of this great conference in Prague.
Já myslím, že to je důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré. Já zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům. A máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of Transatlantic Partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po páté, avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States, American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of...
Vy řeknete, že jdeme na ten panel.
Ano. Můžu? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you to join me, please. We will start with political debate in a minute. So please come here and join me, please. Já už se ho... I think so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:30. We will start with our program, so please come here to me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our program. We will discuss political perspective of view on the partnership between UA and USA. So please come to join me. Okay, thank you. I will kindly ask my panelists to come to me. Please take a seat. May I also ask Mr. Richter if he listening to join us, please? Yes, yes. So once again, I am Irena Krcháková and I'll be your guide through this debate. We will discuss the political dimension, and my panelists are Jeffrey Gedmin, Acting President, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, sorry. Madam Lisa Lipa-Costa, Chairwoman, Parliamentary Committee for the European Union Affairs. Stephen B. Long, Associate Professor, University of Richmond, and Lars André Richter, Project Director, Central Europe and the Baltic States, Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom. So thank you for joining us. For the beginning, we are going to talk about the politics on a global scale, the perspective of the United States and the European Union. We will touch the situation in Ukraine, Russia's position, UN reform, China's influence, and the enlargement of the European Union. That's the topic for our half an hour. So we will start with the war in Ukraine. So my first question is, can we say that the West is stronger and more united than ever thanks or because of the war in Ukraine? Please. So we start, okay, we start with Mr. Gedmin.
Thank you, and thank you for including me on this panel. Is the West more united or more united than ever? My response would be yes, but with an underscore and italics and bold on but. I think it's been remarkable how much unity there has been in an exceptionally short amount of time, and countries like Germany, for example, that had been so reticent about being involved in affairs militarily and providing Ukraine with, remember early on it was 5,000 helmets, and that was a big and bold initiative. How much has changed and how much has evolved is really striking and very encouraging. Here's my but the counteroffensive has not succeeded as many of us thought it would by this stage. Number two, Russia has adapted and adjusted and is providing or is proving persistent. Three, I would say America has elections in 2024, and that's going to reshuffle the deck this way or that. And then I would say finally, the unity and vibrancy of the alliance in the transatlantic community depends a lot now on the outcome. And if we are sliding toward another frozen conflict and an opportunity for the aggressor, I will say predator, to reset and revisit this kind of aggression again, I think the unity will look very different in 1 or 2 years from now. So I think it's a big moment, and I think Ukraine needs more urgently yesterday. That's what I would say.
Mr. Richter, Mr. Gedmin mentioned especially Germany, and I think especially for Germany, it was I can say very hard or difficult at the beginning in the war in Ukraine to participate. Do you think now it's the unity it's strong?
I hope so. I would say I completely agree with what Jeffrey just said. So there is a unity, that's for sure. I mean, I was much surprised. Thank you. I was very, very happy to see that as the first reaction. Then in February, March last year, when it comes to Germany, that's right. It was quite ridiculous, the starting point with the 5,000 helmets and so on and so forth. But still, Germany is very much hesitating, supporting or doing more for the Ukraine. I mean, maybe come back to that later. So I'm not very happy with the German position, well, my own country's government. So I mean, there's much to be criticized for sure. But when it comes to the unity, yes, that's for sure. There's a unity, but I see that but as well. So we have upcoming elections in the European Union. My fear is that we will see a swing to the right. I think some right populists will win, or the right populists will win more seats in the European Parliament, unfortunately. And we have the upcoming elections in November 24 in the United States, and that could impact much the situation. But maybe last remark. I mean, I'm a fan of the idea of the philosophy of the West, of the Western nations, Western philosophy, that is deeply under threat. And I think we need to understand more that there's someone, there are more people, not only someone. There's someone, at least in the Kremlin, who has the intention to at least to weaken. Maybe to destabilize, maybe to destroy the Western identity, and we will talk about Beijing later on. I mean, if the Ukraine issue is done, hopefully very, very soon, then we have a new challenge, another challenge with China, since their plan is as well to destroy the Western unity and the Western as a philosophy of freedom.
Madam Pakosta, from your point of view as chairwoman, is the unity strong?
Thank you for having me here, and I'm very happy to see the steps that have been taken. For some years ago, when the war was already there, the war didn't begin in last year, so European Union, for example, didn't make anything. So now we see huge changes in European Union, but, and I have many buts, but still we have United States and United Kingdom doing more than European Union as total. So the unity is there, but it is far from being sufficient. And I agree fully what you said, only with one exception. I don't think Russia is adapting itself. This is one thing that is underestimated, that the way how Russia thinks and acts is different. They do not adapt themselves now. They are acting differently from the very beginning, and they are thinking differently from the very beginning. For them, losing the human lives is nothing, and we do not understand this pretty well. So they think totally in another way than we do. And that brings us back to what you said, to the value conflict that we have to be much more united in. Thank you.
Mr. Gedman, you make a note. Do you want to react? Okay, so Mr. Long, from your point of view, we talk about or we didn't talk about the but. So do you see the but, or what we should do more for the unity and for the Ukraine?
I'd say the most important but coming from the American perspective is the election aspect. Of course, the current administration is going to continue as it has, and I imagine perhaps even escalate support in whatever way it can that moves around some of the problems they're having with Congress. And so, for instance, the provision of jet aircraft and the plan to train Ukrainian pilots on those aircraft, that's a really targeted and useful contribution the U.S. can continue to make without really spending a lot of new money that Congress has to authorize. But 2024 will be a huge risk. And the reason I say that is not so much that the leading Republican candidate, Mr. Trump, has laid out exactly what his policy would be, and that it's clearly and obviously dangerous. I suspect it will be, but he hasn't really gone into detail because he's not a details guy. And that's where the risk is, right? When you have a president who doesn't have any firm policy stances on foreign policy, and in his case, almost anything, then the people who are really in charge are the ones around him, or someday her, in our case. And those people really pull the strings and set the tone. And the part that I worry the most about when I think about this possible scenario of Trump being reelected despite all the indictments and trials and so on, is who's left to put in those positions who has any knowledge or legitimacy in the Washington policy community. Because in the first term, he already chose people who were way out on the margins. And I'm thinking the first choice for National Security Advisor, Mike Flynn, for example, who's pretty credibly has been a Russian asset, right? That was the first choice. And then the follow-up people like Bolton are radical themselves. They're not even in the mainstream Republican foreign policy establishment. And since the first term, they have all turned and written their memoirs in which they disavow their service for Trump and criticize him openly. So now who's left? And I struggle to even come up with names that I would have any confidence in for jobs like Secretary of Defense or National Security Advisor, who will have a lot of sway over how supportive the United States would be of this NATO effort if Trump is reelected. That's not a automatically, you know, a given thing. I have my hope that things will go the right way, but if he is, I think there is very significant risk of a major U.S. pullback, or even worse, right? A pullback is one thing, but actually sabotaging the effort is possible as well. So that's not cheerful, but that's my concern.
Mr. Gedmin, do you agree that Mr. Trump is such a threat for the unity in connection with war in Ukraine?
So a preface and then a direct response to your question. So I think while I am concerned about a return of Donald J. Trump to the White House, I think it's worth saying that something else structural and cultural is going on in American politics. And in my view, Donald Trump is symptom and cause. And in my view, even if Donald Trump disappeared today, in my view, we still have a problem. People say, you know, Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders, they're completely different, opposite sides of the political spectrum. But if you go back to our primaries in 2016, those were the two candidates that did exceptionally well. And those are the two candidates running against elites, establishment, status quo, Washington, Wall Street. And to me, that says something is not right in the American body politics. And we can talk forever about all those root causes. So the first thing is, with or without Donald Trump, I think we and the relationship face a challenge. Second of all, on Donald Trump himself, I'll build off what Stephen said, although disagree a little bit. So Michael Flynn, who lasted in the job, I think, 23 days as National Security Advisor, is a case unto himself and a catastrophe for 10 different reasons. You mentioned one, okay? I think after that, H.R. McMaster is a credible, serious foreign policy specialist. And even though I know that Europeans and liberals in the United States love to hate John Bolton is an internationalist. He's alliance-oriented. He likes NATO. He likes Taiwan. He likes Israel. Well, he may be abrasive by personality, and he may be, in some fashion, himself an American nationalist, but compared to what? So to get to the point, I think Donald Trump is a large problem for our place in the world, for the alliance and Ukraine. But what Stephen said, I think, is right. And I'll just quote John Bolton, who's said this publicly. During his tenure as National Security Advisor, the President of the United States didn't read one paragraph of what the NSC produced. That's a data point. Another data point is, John Bolton has written this and said this publicly, that anything the administration got right on Russia and Ukraine was against the instincts of the American president, and it was promoted by John Bolton and Chief of Staff John Kelly and Secretary Mattis and Secretary Pompeo and Deputy Secretary Steve Biegun. And then the third point is, apart from judgment and temperament, and this is public too, the President of the United States, President Trump, asked John Kelly and John Bolton in an Oval Office meeting whether Finland is part of Russia. So you have judgment, you have temperament, you have qualification. I think it will be hard to stock a next administration, and I'm not sure that President Trump, if reelected, would care actually about the opinion of those advisors in any case. I think we have a structural cultural problem in the United States. Watch carefully, hang on to your hats. And indeed, it's an easy point to make, but yes, if President Trump is elected again, Ukraine is in trouble, my view.
Madam Pakosta, would you like to react?
Estonia being a border country to Russia, so our first answer always is United States is our very good NATO partner. So whatever is the presidency, we have to keep NATO functioning, and that is our first and utmost goal. United States has provided now 40 million defense help directly to Ukraine, more than 20 million economic help, billion, both are billions. And if we compare that, European Union with all the democratic leaders is still arguing about 50 billion. So it might be that there is still some efficiency left, whatever is the presidency. So, so that is the goal we at least keep on. I agree, of course, that everything that goes worse for Ukraine goes worse for Europe as a whole. And we can see already today this 24 billion stop in United States. So, which is a huge problem for Ukraine already now, already today. So how to improve all that, how to make NATO and transatlantic cooperation to function, whatever is the one particular person there, is the ultimate goal for security and for Europe.
Mr. Richter, would you like to react for President or for Trump or for NATO?
Yes, I mean, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban recently said the only solution of the Ukraine war would be a re-election of Trump, of Donald Trump. So I have my serious doubts as well. And based on experience, I mean, I had the honor to serve for the foundation, for Naumann Foundation, 6 years in East Asia and South Korea, and had the honor to observe, to monitor, to analyze this summit in 2018, that I think that was in Vietnam, Trump, Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And I mean, Trump, that was a part of his, I don't know, of his campaign, but at least of his time in the Oval Office, that he will talk to Kim Jong-un, and then the North Korean issue and the North Korean conflict will be solved. So the opposite is the case. I think that is even worse now in our days. So that's why I have my serious doubts that a re-election will solve the problem. And again, the opposite will happen. So I think, yeah, that would be, from my point of view, a catastrophe, a re-election of Trump. Not only for the United States, but also for the international community, and for the idea, again, for the idea of the Western, for the idea of the Western philosophy. And maybe one remark on what Jeffrey has recently said concerning Sanders and Trump, left and right. I mean, whoever knows a little bit about the history of ideas, of ideology, knows exactly that, let's say, right-wing populist or right-wing philosopher Carl Schmitt and the Marxist philosopher Gramsci are twins, intellectual twins. So that is nothing new. So right and left. So I'm a fan in this sphere. So we have a sphere, and right-wing populists and left-wing populists have ever been, and I mean have ever been against the liberal, freedom-orientated, market-orientated West. So, and that has been the case 100 years ago, and that is the case now and will be the case. So there's not a big difference. There's not a big difference, to make it very, very clear, nor in Germany, nor in the United States, nor in the European Union. There's not a big difference between neo-Marxism and neo-fascism.
Now I would like to talk a bit about UN. We mentioned NATO and what does NATO do in the context of war in Ukraine, but what about UN? Does Mr. Long has UN any power, or is just a discussing club?
No. No. I don't know if they can hear this or not. Okay. No, I would say the short answer is no. I mean, the UN Security Council of today bears some resemblance to the Security Council during the stalemate of the Cold War, except without the boycott. Because the Soviets boycotted for a little while, some things got done, like the UN action in the Korean War. That's not happening. Russia's staying around and blocking everything. And of course, China is always a potential veto on things as well. I'd say because of that structure of the Security Council that Zelensky correctly pointed out as being quite outdated and reflecting an old balance of power, because of that that structure, it's really quite difficult for anything meaningful to come out of that body in response to a conflict involving any of its permanent five. And thinking about what Zelensky said recently about reforming the structure of the UN, and in particular, perhaps removing the veto from Russia in this case, or his other more structural argument was that there should be an opportunity for the General Assembly to overrule a veto of a permanent five-member by a two-thirds majority. Unfortunately, there's zero chance that any of that will happen, because any change to the voting procedures or the structure or the membership of the Security Council is also subject to the veto of any of those five. And it wouldn't just be Russia that would veto some of those changes. We've already had attempts at reform plans from Secretary General Kofi Annan in the past, and others, real post-millennial kind of push to maybe democratize the Security Council and make it more representative, or have some kind of regional system for those permanent seats. None of those went anywhere, because even if you like a particular proposed addition to the council, why would you want to be one of 6 or one of 7 instead of one of 5? Realpolitik takes over in that case.
Mr. Gedmin, about what say Mr. President Zelensky about the reform of UN and the permanent membership, do you agree that it will never happen?
Well, never is a pretty strong word. Maybe not this calendar year or next. Never. I agree with everything that's been said. And it is disappointing that this is the moment for the UN Security Council, if there were a moment, right? This is, in my lifetime, the single clearest violation of the UN Charter and its prohibition of armed, unprovoked, transborder aggression. This is the textbook case, and so we know why it's not working. And I don't know how we fix that in any foreseeable future. And what a profound disappointment, because we've been going to conferences for years and years and years, talking about all the future and hope of the UN, the Security Council. The UN does many other things that are extremely important, but the primary task and goal initially was the preservation of international peace and security. Bad track record, big failing mark today. I would shift, if I may, just a little bit, the discussion to say, and I do believe that transatlantic unity has been strong and encouraging and inspiring, and I believe that the Biden administration has done pretty well. I actually believe Germany has done exceptionally well from where it started. Well, it's remarkable. Who would have thought? I wouldn't have thought. And I think that has to be said. I tell you what I think is missing. And I don't think it's a UN Security Council resolution. And I don't think it's another summit. I think it's simple as it is hard. First of all, the time to arm Ukraine was 2014 for defense and deterrence. That's all. And we missed it. Okay? We can talk forever why we missed it. Second of all, with all the transatlantic unity and all the supplies we provided, we've missed a clear vision. Now, no one likes that word vision, but the vision is, how does this war end? And what is the vision for Ukraine? And the moment that we are clear and we establish and articulate the vision is, remember it was the Finnish Prime Minister who was asked, what's the off-ramp? And she said, the off-ramp is easy. All Russian forces leave Ukraine. That's the vision. The restoration of Ukrainian territorial sovereignty and integrity. Once we're clear on that, then we can be clear on the resources, political, economic, diplomatic, and military. But every time I hear the American president say, God bless him, we've done pretty well, say, we will be there as long as it takes, I always want to know, as long as what takes? What's the end goal? As long as we settle into a stalemate and a frozen conflict? So I would say we haven't provided Ukraine what it needed, and we all knew it: tanks, long-range missiles, and air power. And I'll only quote two American retired generals whom you all know, retired General 4-star Air Force Phil Breedlove and retired General Ben Hodges, who is head of land forces here in Europe. They have said on the record and publicly, we Americans, we would never send our troops into those fields, densely knit with zillions of mines, without the tanks and without the missiles and without air power. And that's where we are right now. So I did respond to the UN, and I also think it's not unimportant, but it's a little bit of a sideshow. In my view, if we're going to help Ukraine this year and next year get to the right point and not to the stalemate.
Madame Pagosta, would you react?
I think it was brilliantly said, the sideshow. So this is what describes United Nations present situation very well. Only for the positive side, I would add that hopefully this sideshow has at least some effects. For example, I really enjoyed your President's Petro Pavel's very strong speech at the Parliamentary Assembly. And if we add to Finnish statement, also very enjoyable, what Edi Rana from Albania said, that if you leave the war, Russians, then Zelensky will not have this next speech. So we have good sayings from the sideshow, but yeah, we would definitely support a reorganization of United Nations Security Council, and that is very much needed if we want to keep the idea that we had just after the Second World War to have an international organ to prevent the things that now are happening in Ukraine. Thank you.
Mr. Richter, I suppose you also agree that the reform is needed, but it's not so easy to make it.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, I'm dreaming maybe a little bit now. I have always been a fan of the, let's say, European seat in the Council, in the Security Council, so an European Union seat. But I think that is very, very tricky. So I mean, there were some I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, some attempts to install a German German seat in the Security Council. I think that is a little bit too much from my point of view, a little bit unrealistic. But maybe a European Union seat would be realistic. I don't know if that is on the agenda. Again, I'm dreaming now. It's amongst us here. I think that is not a topic at the moment. But for sure, this construction with China, so mainland China. since I think 40 years now. Mainland China and Russia as members of the Security Council, the things are not handable, and so that needs to be reformed. But I've no clue, I've no concept concretely. And maybe we come back in a second to the question, the perspective of the war, since that was your point as well. But I would comment then maybe then if the Ukraine must win or Russian must leave the Kremlin, etc., etc. Sorry, the Crimea. Sorry, Kremlin as well, but the Crimea. I think we come back to that later. And that was one. We'll stick to the United Nations at the moment, right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to tell you that we couldn't make a live question with the audience, but on the badges you have the QR code with the Slido, and there you can write the questions, and I will then ask have this tablet for the questions. So no live questions, just write it on the Slido, please. Okay. So and then my panelists, we will continue with Russia. It is connected, but I would like to ask the leader, Vladimir Putin, how he stands now on the international stage. Mr. Long.
Well, I think certainly he's looking at almost complete isolation from the largest economies of the world, with the exception of China. I'd say perhaps not quite as isolated as during hotter points of the Cold War, but certainly the most isolated Russia's been since then. And of course, his diplomatic standing is in the gutter, but I also don't think he cares all that much about either of those issues at the moment. He's never cared much about his reputation, certainly. He doesn't even care enough to lie well when he's pretending something is for one interest or another. I mean, they're not even interesting and amusing lies. They're just poorly executed lies. And my favorite part of that kind of lead up of attempted deception, kind of half-hearted deception by Russia in this case was the kind of back and forth between Russia and U.S. intelligence officials, in particular National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, where Russia would make a claim about what this special operation or training operation was about, and then the very next hour or 2 hours later, Sullivan would be up in front of people revealing what used to be classified information, saying, well, if you're doing training exercises, why do you need the blood supplies that you've put into your field hospitals? Are you expecting a lot of people to be wounded in training? And that went back and forth quite a bit. You may recall some of these just putting the truth to ridiculous statements. But I don't think he cares all that much about those things. As long as he can sell oil and natural gas, although that is being tamped down by the Europeans very admirably at some cost, as long as he can sell that to somebody, as long as he has China as a potential trading partner that he can at least pitch to his own people as a replacement, I think he's going to charge ahead. And the academic literature on economic sanctions is not particularly encouraging, both historically and in the case of really targeted micro-sanctions against individuals that we've seen tried out ever since, Magnitsky, I guess, the Magnitsky list. Those sound like they should work, right? They feel like they should work, but they don't seem to work that well. So I'm not hopeful that sanctions will be anywhere near enough. I think we need new information about resolve and capability to be revealed on the battlefield. That is what will bring both sides to the table, nothing else.
Madam Pacosta, for European Union, obviously Putin isn't a partner, so we'll be just watching how he speaks or treats with African and Asian countries.
I actually fully agree what Stephen said, that he doesn't bother. So this is one of, again, the mistakes that we tend to make, that we think that to be a good country or politician, you have to have at least some respect from other countries or from other politicians, and then you have diplomatic relations, etc. So it's long in the Russian culture that you are respected in Russia when you act like a street gang leader or a drug dealer. So you don't need the respect from others to be effective. So this is something that we shouldn't underestimate. And yes, of course, having all these economic sanctions there, together with the USA also, with the economic sanctions, they do not fulfill the target because people, again, in Russia do not care. So for Europeans, some price rise is a huge topic, some tax rise is a huge topic, being out of work is a huge topic, but none of these has any matter of concern in Russia. So the value system is so much totally different. And if we think that our family members would have to go to the war and die there, and this would be a long-time tragedy for our families, then for Russian culture, it's an honorable thing to do. So there are so many huge, big differences that we can't underestimate. And nations who have been occupied by Russia, like Estonia, for example, so we remember this huge cultural conflict, which is never understandable to both sides. So I wouldn't underestimate the European Union trying to have some diplomatic or whatever consultations. Turkey is openly saying that we have some of this culture to be a mediator there in between. But the culture in European Union and the culture in Russia are so much different.
Mr. Gedmin, should we be worried about the partnership between Russia and Iran, Turkey, China? Because it's increasing. Well, he has nobody else.
Well, yes, because desperation leads one down all sorts of streets. So apparently to Vladimir Putin, North Korea looks interesting and appealing these days. I think I want to agree with what's said about Vladimir Putin being exceptionally isolated right now. So without friends, but desperate for any kind of tactical alliance and supplier that he can get. I want to agree with the interesting point Stephen made that he lies, but not very well. It's really remarkable. You know, so much, in my view, so much in foreign policy really, maybe even most of the time, involves navigating ambiguity. Sometimes there's actually black and white. Go figure. And I think this is one of those occasions. I have a friend who worked for your former chancellor years ago, Angela Merkel, who told me the story at the moment when there was a G-something summit in Australia, and it was after the invasion, annexation of Crimea, and Angela Merkel wanted to sit with Vladimir Putin one-on-one without interpreters to ask him in German or Russian, they speak both, what are you doing? And what's the vision? And what's the objective? And it was reported out to me that Vladimir Putin in this private meeting sat there like a block of ice and gave nothing. And then the next day, lo and behold, there he was on ART German television with a jacket and open collar, very relaxed, telling the interviewer, I'm a man of dialogue and peace, but I need a conversation partner, someone who's willing to listen and exchange with me. The aide said to me, at that point, Chancellor Merkel knew he lies, he knows that she knows that he lies, and that's the new basis for the relationship. And I'd cap that. I referred positively to a comment by the then Finnish foreign minister about the goals and the vision, what should be in Ukraine. I'm just recalling right now that the Estonian prime minister, if memory serves, days before the invasion, and I think it was the Munich Security Conference, and it's on YouTube in any case, said, and it's very succinct, it's about 60 seconds, said, Putin uses the tactics of the old Soviet leaders. Number one, he demands that which is not his, okay? And number two, when there's resistance, he threatens escalation, you know, world war, nuclear weapons. And number three, when it comes to negotiation, always insists on walking away with more he had in the first place. History is some guide here, and there is some character, and there is some reference to actually, in this case, who we're dealing with. And I don't think it's navigating a lot of gray right now.
Mr. Richter, can I say then that Vladimir Putin is a desperate man?
Yes, I'm not quite sure. First of all, I think we have a consensus here at the panel here at the podium as well when it comes to the reputation of Vladimir Putin. I think we are living, so we means the West and Vladimir Putin, Kremlin, Russia. We live in two different worlds with different categories. I think, I mean, he left, or he has never lived there, but at least he has left this world of rationalism, diplomacy, etc., etc. Arguments, and that is, I mean, we know that is a mafia. That is, you might call it Soviet Union, neo-Tsarism, neo-imperialism, neo-Leninism. That it's a mafia. Quite simple. What is going on in the Kremlin, and they have their own categories. And I mean, I know that from my time, from my visits to North Korea, the first offense for me always was to get lies, to hear lies. But the second was, that was on quality, that they think we believe that. That is the second offense. They are so stupid, and the same with Vladimir Putin, so visible, so obviously, lies, propaganda. That is the second offense. Maybe not harmful, but I feel offended, quite simple. I feel offended intellectually. So, and when it comes to desperate men, I hope so. I hope so. That would be a good message. Since, I mean, I have the impression that he's not very desperate, but that might be propaganda as well. I think we have already analyzed that. He has still some alliance, some good friends, in inverted commas. When it comes to China, I mean, Putin is not stupid. I hope that Putin knows that China is not his friend. Xi Jinping is not his friend. I mean, officially now they are brothers, ideological brothers, but I think when it comes to China, China is not stupid either. China knows exactly that these days, these weeks, these months, they need Russia, they need from time to time North Korea to provoke the West. For China, Russian is it's just a small player in a bigger game, and I hope that Putin knows that, and that would be one explanation. That would be one reason to be desperate. I mean, the pictures tell us different stories. So shaking hands and so on and so forth. But that is a tactical partnership as well. And when the moment comes, and when I hope so very, very soon, when Putin, respectively Russia, lose the war, I think then, China will simply explore then the natural resources and will look for different friends, for different partners. I'm quite sure.
Of course, Mr. Long, please.
If I could just quickly respond, and I don't mean to mischaracterize anything you've said, but you mentioned that idea of whether Putin is rational, and that's an issue I think we have to take pretty seriously. In that we often will refer to opponents with very different worldviews as irrational, but if they are pursuing the goals that they have, which in his case is nationalistic, perhaps imperialism in the Russian near abroad, and it's believable that some of the steps that they're taking could actually achieve some of those goals, then they're rational. They just have different goals than the liberal order. And I think it's particularly important when we think about what it means for this war to end. And it's an area where I've had a lot of conversations with American, Washington-based think tank folks who have very different conversations than what I've heard here in the Czech Republic about it. First, they assume the U.S. is the senior partner in all things, and that's right and true, and it's forever. And then if it's not the U.S. that's the senior partner deciding when this war ends, then at least it's NATO. And when I've asked, I remember one exchange in particular, I asked someone at the Brookings Institution a prominent person in the U.S., to what extent should Ukraine take the lead in deciding what the acceptable terms of a settlement would look like versus it being a truly multilateral negotiation with NATO? And he said, no, this is NATO's war now. In other words, NATO gets to decide when it ends, which is a bit strange when there's been no blood contributed. There's been treasures, blood and treasure. There's been treasure, ample treasure contributed, but no blood. And it seems to me that blood is what gives the right to decide. But back to the rationality, I do think that Putin is rational. His goals don't make sense to us. But I do think that there is some point, probably not this year, maybe not next year, there is some point at which he will find it rational to back away, or at least claim victory with less than what he originally wanted to claim victory with.
Mr. Richter?
Only one remark on that issue, living in two different worlds. I mean, I fully agree, since I mean, the so West and the authoritarian regimes, they are not stupid. They exactly know how we work, how we function, and that's dangerous. So we mustn't underestimate them. Also, they, from time to time, they seems to be very stupid, but they know exactly how we work, and they can imitate. They know our toolbox, and they know what to do. And I have the impression from time to time we don't understand them in their irrationalism. That was my point.
I would like to ask, in the context of all this Russia position, Soviet practice, I would like to stand in the topic of Karabakh and Armenia. So we are literally watching Russian peaceful soldiers operating in Karabakh, and we are just watching and doing nothing. So should I believe that really Russians, peaceful soldiers, help Karabakh people to make life better? Mr. Long?
Sorry.
It's really a theme for me. I really don't understand how we can stand aside of the situation in Karabakh.
I'm not, it's very serious. It's just, as an academic, it's acceptable to laugh at politics. So what I find amusing about it only is that this is the same little green men approach that we saw with Crimea before it was really full blown. That I believe Putin said that the soldiers, once they were discovered to obviously be Russian, because they had not taken their Russian license plates off some of the vehicles, he said that they were on leave from the military, which begs the question: why were they allowed to take their military equipment and their vehicles with them to Crimea if they're on vacation? But again, this goes back to not caring if he lies well or not. Yeah, I think the difference here is that it was so quick. We're really talking about 24 hours. And even the most capable version of the Transatlantic Alliance, if it had not been distracted by what's going on in Ukraine, even that, ideal version of NATO with a fully fledged rapid reaction force that everybody supports and is ready to go and has trained for years and years, not the kind of rump version that exists. 24 hours is just an impossible turnaround time to get anything, to change anything on the ground. And so, and then there's the more important part, which is that no one has the stomach for it in the context of the current war. And that is exactly why it happened when it did. Right? This is opportunism on the part of the Azeris. And I'd say the same about the previous question about the Russian alliance with China and Iran and Turkey. There's nothing that they really truly share in common in a worldview and a plan for the future. It's just blatant, pure opportunism. I don't think there's a deeper theoretical or geostrategic logic for it. So it's unfortunate, but it was so quick and timed so well. I think it's kind of the new status quo, at least for the short term.
Yes, of course, but the conflict, it takes quite a long time now. Yes, it takes, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years, this action. But Madam Pacosta, this conflict and this 24-hour action, okay, it was really quick, but for the European Union has no interest in this area or in this territory. That's why we stand out.
I also started to think when this conflict started, was it thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, or should we talk about the territorial conflict? Was it 1996 or when was it exactly? So yes, we are looking on a conflict with which is not so black and white as we are talking about Ukraine. And as you said, geographically, it lies in another place. So we have several ongoing conflicts in the world, which are geographically a little bit more far from Europe or from United States. So the question in general is how much, besides of the humanitarian help, is our capacity or possibilities to intervene, and in what cases these interventions would be against international law. So yes, when we have a conflict like ongoing now, of course nobody agrees that Armenians leave the territory voluntarily, as it is said, and of course there are very many other things that we obviously do not believe, but if we think about specifically, for example, European Union, then this part of foreign policy of European Union is even more far than if we take other closer countries like the Balkans or like the Tunisian issue right now, where European Union has tried to intervene. So I would say that we have to choose the areas where we can achieve something, at least, and to be more humanitarian concentrated in other areas. And that brings us back to the Zelensky's speech in the United Nations, where he wanted or offered that we should have a new concept in United Nations also, together with like Brazil or South Africa. So the world picture is changing, and the main thing is that we make clear that we make strategically good decisions on where to intervene, where to be, and who would be our allies, and would we have like conflict with China, or would we have another policies with China if we are so much economically dependent. So what are the things exactly that we can choose for us in this moment that we are in October 2023?
Mr. Richter, do you agree with this?
Yes. Okay. Yes, again, I agree. Again, I agree. I think that is what was going on or is going on or has been going on since decades there. That is part of a bigger picture. And I think we will see other spots, countries, whatever, regions in the world, some provocations which are linked to this conflict in the Ukraine, or the conflict with the competition, or the conflict with Russia. I'm quite sure. Can't say where exactly, but I think that is part of a bigger picture, for sure.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Mr. Getman, we will start discuss about China, if I may. So please, what does the West stand in the partnership with China? Should we be with China and or against? And if with China, in what areas?
So I don't know if the question is binary. I do think the proposition is complicated. And I think the old model, in my shorthand, wasn't successful. And the old model was the international stakeholder model. We placed a bet. it wasn't a bad bet because no one wants confrontation with China, but the bet was that if we work with China, enhance diplomacy with China, invite China to all sorts of international committees and institutions and bodies, it will modify China's behavior. So to borrow from the old German language of Detente and Ostpolitik, Wandel durch Handel. You know, we're going to change through rapprochement and economic ties and cooperation. So we know what didn't happen, and what's happened instead is consolidated power in Beijing, increased authoritarianism, heightened repression, and an appetite for meddling, intervention, and expansion, and threats against Taiwan. So now we're in the era, I'm going to let the other panel solve the problem. Now we're in search of a new template, and they will provide that for you. But I will say this. I think, again, that winning in Ukraine for Ukraine is vital for Ukraine and for the region and for global international peace and security. Because I think China watches Ukraine so carefully, not because Xi is so interested in Ukraine, in my view, or actually so interested in Russia. I mean, you already commented on this. I think China sees Russia as a declining power with its military now significantly degraded, sputtering, chipping away. I think China is principally interested in what's the West going to do? And can the West stick? And can the Americans stick more than 5 minutes? And I think that's likely to affect Chinese behavior going forward and our opportunities or our scope for maneuver.
Well, China offers many industry opportunities, I may in the trade area. So should the West be involved in this? Mr. Long?
Well, first I'll say I'm not going to fulfill the promises made by others in terms of providing a framework for understanding China. I do think that it is actually a more important situation than the war in Ukraine. Obviously not for Ukrainians, but in the bigger picture of what this century is going to look like, I think the two existential challenges to the liberal order are climate change and the rise of China, or at least what China looks like when it rises. And to conflate that broader multi-decade challenge of China with just its involvement with Russia and its very distant involvement with the war in Ukraine is to underestimate how important it is and to risk setting policies based on the short term that may not do the right thing for us in the long term. So total isolation of China is not an option. We're already so enmeshed with them and they with us that that's not possible. There's some hope, if you believe in kind of liberal political theory, a la Immanuel Kant and all his successors, that that engagement in and of itself could prevent any kind of hot conflict between China and the US or China and some alliance of Western powers, because to go to war would be to commit economic suicide for either side. And I'm not sure with the division of labor in the world that it's realistic that we could supplant China with India or anyone else, or in the Biden view of the world, our own workers. I don't think that's possible either. I think we are stuck. We are awkward dancing partners with China, and we never know when we're going to land on their foot and when they're going to land on ours. The only optimistic part of this right now, I think, is that their aspirations are regional rather than global. That they have new aspirations, the so-called major country policy, if you listen to Xi Jinping, or the wolf warrior, if you listen to the Chinese public. It's based on a movie. But this more aggressive foreign policy is focused completely on kind of one half of the Pacific. And I think that's a relatively good thing, because they certainly have the economic power to project their interests further than that. But I don't think there's an easy path to chart forward here. I worry on the one hand that if we underestimate them, we're going to get surprised the way the United States did when it discovered that Chinese hackers had infiltrated the security clearance database of the American intelligence community. Those are the forms, they're colloquially referred to as blackmail forms, where new workers in the intelligence community submit the things that a foreign power might use against them, like debts, or a past gambling problem, or a marriage in the family between some cousin and someone who's in kind of security concerned state. China hacked that for everybody who had applied for security clearance going back to something like 1980. Just absurd. We don't want to get caught by surprise by underestimating China in that regard. But there's also, of course, the risk of making their rise to power dangerous as a self-fulfilling prophecy, because we impute desires to them that we're afraid of, but they may not yet have. And then they react to that aggression rationally. So I don't have the answer. I'm more of a question asker than an answer giver. But I think the questions about China are really, really interesting. And it's not just about its temporary alliance of convenience with Russia.
Madame Pakosta, Madame Jourova was in China in last weeks, and she said that we should cooperate with China, but we should also be worried and stand aside. So, do you agree with it? Should we cooperate with it, but also be careful on which area we should?
I had a meeting with youngsters in a small Estonian rural area just a day before yesterday, and we were discussing the new defense policy lines in Estonia with them. And I explained why Estonia has added China as a security risk to our state policy, and explained to the young school boys and girls that that we are so dependent on many things that if you want to do something for Estonian security, so please do not buy things that where is written or made in China. Please buy something made in Europe, or at least in Estonia. And then the sincere answer from the classroom was, then we can't buy anything. So that's, I think, explains what you have said and what Madame Jourova also said. So the policy from the EU side towards China is a de-risking policy. So to took down as many risks as we can, and this is not an easy challenge, as we have found out. And I'm very happy that you mentioned climate change, because if we are talking not only about security but policy in a wider spectrum, then the environmental issues regarding China are very much on the table of all the rest of us. So how we can solve these environmental issues. Here I'm also a question asker, I don't have the answers. So de-risking in economical terms, there are some ways that we see, even if we don't implement them very well. For example, I'm not satisfied with AI regulation in the European Union, so having United States, having China doing totally another things with artificial intelligence. So blocking it or regulating it very much is not a good path, according to my opinion. But I think we should look on this de-risking or taking down the risks with China in a much more broader spectrum.
Mr. Richter, should we stay on the sidelines and watch what happened under the influence of China? I mean, concrete Hong Kong, for example. Should we do more, or in the name of the cooperation we should stay silent?
No, I mean, we can't do that. I mean, one key word is, from my point of view, is de-risking. Maybe some more general question, some more general comments. First of all, I mean, China, Beijing, Xi Jinping is not hiding their plans or its plan. its plans. I mean, there's a very crucial year for them. That is the year 2049. That is the 100th anniversary of the foundation of the current communist China. And by that time, and I think they are missing about 30 years, a little bit less than that, at that time they would like to lead. They would like to lead politically, economically, culturally, socially, whatever. I mean, they have their, I think you mentioned that, they have their 10-point strategy, they have their new Silk Road, and that is all part of this game. It is all part of this plan. And again, I mean, they are not hiding that. They are communicating very, very clear, and often authoritarian regimes, they don't hide anything. I mean, Putin neither. He said, I would like to destroy and demolish and whatever the Ukraine. So we know that there's not a game. They're not gaming with us. It's with the West. So it's very clear their vision. And I mean, we can see that all these projects of the famous New Silk Route. We can see that in Asia. We can see that in Balkan states. I've been seeing that in Latin America, where I lived for the foundation the past 5 years. So very active, very much Chinese engagement or activities. But we are not talking about fair investments. I mean, that are loans under very, very unfair conditions. And unfortunately, that's my, I mean, maybe I'm simplifying a little bit, but I have sometimes the impression that many of the states seeking for money, seeking for loans, seeking for credit, seeking for budget, they don't like to read the, what is it in English, the small part of the contract, the small written part of the contract, or they simply don't have, I don't know, professional translators. And then when the contracts are signed and they are not able to pay back the money, then they have a problem. And we have many, many examples. And I'm not at all a fan of the current incumbent Italian Prime Minister or the Italian government, but there as well, they know, now they see, okay, maybe it was not such a good idea to get money to solve our budget problems, national budget problems, by receiving money from China. So that's why it's very, very clear what they are doing, but what is clear and true as well, they are too big. They are simply too big. And I'm listening to my political friends saying that, oh, we need to do our homeworks now. And then I would say you should have been done that 10 years, 20 years, maybe 30 years ago. I mean, we are talking about a different China. With Xi Jinping, that was maybe a little bit more rational before, but now China is a very, very politically a very authoritarian, and when it comes to the, what is it, mentality, a very, very missionarian country. I mean, they have their plans. We need to be very, very careful, very important not to be dependent. It's a message for my country, Germany, which depended much, you know that, depended very much on the Russian energy, gas and oil, supplies, importations. And I mean, we mustn't, we as Germany, as I don't know, European Union, as West, we mustn't repeat that error to be dependent economically on China. So de-risking is one point, one keyword, and another keyword, and then I'm finished with that. Another keyword is what is it in English? Differentiation. So, or diversification. So, and that is a message as well. To the German automotive industry, since they depend very much on the importation of the German cars, or the production of the German cars. And then you have from time to time political decisions which are completely irrational from my point of view, and not only irrational, they are dangerous as well. So diversification is another key topic, key challenge.
I would say I disagree with some aspects of what you've said, but I do think that many of those steps are rational regardless. Having diverse supply chains, for instance, became a matter of obvious necessity during the pandemic, where all of a sudden cars are sitting in lots and just degrading rather than being sold because they're missing one chip from China. So I certainly agree with some of what you've said, but just taking a little bit of a step back, when we talk about the Cold War period and in international relations classes, one of the most important lessons to give the students is that the Cold War wasn't the Cold War in 1946 or 1947 or maybe even 48 and 49. It developed into what we know in retrospect was the Cold War. It was really a relationship, of course, that ebbed and flowed, and even what's in the U.S. thought to be the man that, you know, made the last big push to end the Cold War, President Reagan, although Bush deserves more credit than he gets, even he found ways in which to engage with the Soviet Union in arms talks. So first, we should take that lesson that we can talk with our enemies sometimes. And a second, I do worry about the aspect of projecting too far forward what this is going to look like. There's no doubt that the Soviets wanted many of the things that you're ascribing to today's China, and perhaps China wants it too, but that's not to say it can't be dissuaded or steered. I don't think it's ever going to join the liberal order, not unless something big happens there. I'm not expecting it to be co-opted, but I do think there are exit ramps from rivalries that tend often to be overlooked, and there are de-escalation points that that's where some of the bravest decisions have to be made.
Just one remark, there is one huge difference. The Soviet Union was economically totally collapsed, so it's hard to imagine that my generation has seen days where there is no bread, no sugar, no milk, nothing on sale, so nothing in the shops. The economic collapse was such a big. China isn't economically collapsed, vice versa.
So I would also add to that, the Soviet Union was economically collapsed, and the Soviet Union presented Mrs. Thatcher and President Reagan with Gorbachev, who was suddenly someone who said that he wanted peace and dialogue, but didn't lie. And he actually meant it, and they actually executed on it in the Warsaw Pact. That's what began the unraveling. To China, if I may, three quick things. One, there's a new book, I haven't read it, but a new book by the CEO of Springer Verlag on rethinking trade with dictators. That's the beginning of a big conversation that's not easy but important. Two, the de-risking is very important, and diversification, because early on in the pandemic, some Americans were saying we need hard decoupling from China. That's not happening, but de-risking has to be part of the conversation that started. And then third, you mentioned Hong Kong, because we haven't really talked much about Uyghurs in Hong Kong and Taiwan. I think with China, with any dictatorship, but with China, that symbols and gestures are extremely important and potentially very, very powerful. So not China, but Iran. You probably saw what happened in the news today. Ms. Mohammadi was awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace. 13 arrests, 5 convictions, sentenced for 31 years and 154 lashes. And I am very confident that this was not a good day for the theocrats in Tehran. And to join you, I just came from our building, RFERL, Radio Free Radio Liberty, where we have a Persian service. We have Iranian colleagues here. We're not allowed to operate officially, no surprise, inside the country, but we have people who work with us and stringers in Yerevan and Istanbul and Dubai and Baku. It was a great day for the people of Iran. I'm completely convinced. It was a great day, and coming from RFERL, I just came from one of our studios. I kid you not, people are weeping. Young Iranians in Prague are weeping today because they feel so inspired that she got a prize. Gestures and symbols, also important.
And just one remark, I don't buy that Mr. Gorbachev was for peace. He had to do just something to find a way out from a total economical collapse. And within this total economical collapse, there were no cuts in military industry. This was the only industry field that was given all the money or all the resources that were left. So I don't buy this illusion. Thanks.
I love it when the Estonians are to the right of me. I feel so good, and I love what you said.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are running our time, so we have time for one or two questions. So there's one of it. How great is importance of Biden and von der Leyen for the political partnership between EU and the US? Could it endure changes in White House and commissions?
There will be a high-level meeting, was it on 20th of October? So let's see, it's the second time now when Biden has this type of high-level meeting. That is something much more than it was in previous times, so it can give us again some picture what happens if Trump is re-elected. If we think that this is now a change, that there are high-level consultations between two unions, so I'm optimistic, at least optimistic.
I'm just going to add the footnote that I'm pandering to you Germans today, but I think Ursula von der Leyen, again, rhetoric, symbols, and gestures, I think she's been pretty fabulous. And she went to Ukraine before Boris Johnson went to Ukraine. And she didn't stay in Kyiv, she went right to Irpin and Bucha. I thought that was extremely powerful.
Thank you. Next question is, how could it be possible to resolve the ever-increasing differences in the approach of EU and USA towards China without jeopardizing the Transatlantic Partnership?
Again, I can begin with optimism, and then my colleagues can be pessimists. Because yeah, if we look historically, then the present situation is much better than it has been. Again, whether it's sufficient is another question. But I really see that the transatlantic cooperation and prioritizing this is going now better than it has been. Whether it's due to Ukraine, whether it's due to China, but the positive steps are clearly there. So now it's for pessimism.
I'd say that, I mean, yes, there is some distance there, obviously, between the U.S. approach to China and the EU approach, especially as it pertains to technology and technology skepticism and even AI. I think you mentioned AI earlier, and I'll just mention that I was at a conference maybe last year or the year before at the Naval Academy, U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, and it was all about AI and military applications. And the commander, he was a Marine Corps officer, I forget his name now, but he was in command of a joint task force across the services responding to AI and thinking about how to use it responsibly, but more really how to use it effectively, and a little bit less on the responsibly part. So there were presentations from people talking about how you build AI into onboard ship systems to do the stuff that AI has done for a long time, which is image recognition. But then there was also talk of building it in for assisted decision-making, where it's like ruling out certain choices for you before you have the menu of things that you might want to do as a commander. And they were just blasting full speed ahead. All the academics at the conference were cringing, and the military officers were getting excited about all the application. That's the reality of it. I mean, I came out once and a lawyer from Leiden University and I were looking at it. We both had white faces, pale from concern about this particular presentation about integrating AI into human brains. Yeah, there are apparently experiments underway because the DoD doesn't have to get Institutional Research Board approval for such projects on soldiers. So all of that, they're rushing ahead, and it's largely in response to China. The guy who made the presentation, the Marine Corps officer, said we're just 6 months ahead of China on this. And if we ask the Institutional Research Board for approval, or we ask ethical questions about what happens with this AI in peacetime or whatever it is, we're just giving up. We're just giving the lead to China. So yeah, there is some distance in particular areas, but I do think the overall kind of very cautious pessimistic view of what China is up to and what the future looks like is pretty much a shared one. I mean, my concern, my personal concern about a self-fulfilling prophecy does not reflect the consensus, I think, in Washington. That original period of 1990s Clintonian engagement and just endless trade, I think that view is pretty much eradicated now. And it's just the level of skepticism, the level of withdrawal that's being advocated. So that might give you some satisfaction to realize, or to hear that. I'm sure you already know it. I'm not particularly concerned about that gap between the US and EU on this particular matter.
Stephen, do you have slides of this presentation?
I wish I did. No, it wasn't classified, but it also wasn't publicized.
Okay, my lady and gentlemen, we are really running out of time. We have now 10 minutes break for the coffee, and the next debate will start at 2 o'clock. So I thank all my panelists, Mr. Jeffrey Gedmin, Madam Lisa Lee Pakosta, Stephen B. Long, and Lars Andre Richter. Thank you very much.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously, that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani je neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá i naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na ty dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i efektivně jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená, se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu, a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
Když jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je, hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu, a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
The digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move, and it's great to be here at the conference today. In that regard, here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, je důležitá, zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformací. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je téměř jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a k vyššímu blahobytu v naší zemi.
Digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
Konference Digitální Česko je z mého pohledu hlavní setkání všech těch, kteří mají co k digitalizaci.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you take your coffee here to me, we will start with the next and last debate. Please come to me, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our program. Our next and final debate, it's about security. In the context of the war in Ukraine. So last, I give the floor to my colleague, Dorka Takáči.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being still with us. The next topic of our panel is going to cover the security dilemma and is going to cover the EU-US security relations as of the aftermath of Russian aggression. My name is Dorka Takáči, I'm from Hungary and I work at the Center for Euro-Atlantic Integration and Democracy. Let me present you our lovely panelists for the day. It's working, right? Yeah. So let me introduce our panelists first. We have Charles A. Kupchan, who is a senior fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations from the USA. We have Laurinas Kasčiūnas, who is the head of USC Parliamentary Assembly delegation from Lithuania. We have Jaroslav Bžoch, who is the vice chairman at the Parliamentary Committee on Foreign and European Affairs from the Czech Republic. And we have Kalev Stoichescu, who is a diplomat and a member of the parliament at the National Defense Committee from Estonia. And without further ado, I would like to ask you a brief assessment of how do you see the current situation? How did the US invasion of Ukraine change the relations of Europe and the US? And I really ask for a short assessment for this round. Mr. Karel? Yes, please.
There's no question that the Russian invasion has brought Europe back into the center of American geopolitical strategy. Everything was sort of tilting to the Asia-Pacific, the so-called pivot to Asia. Now Europe is, I wouldn't say above Asia, but it's certainly come back, and moving forward, I think you'll see the United States have to divide its resources, its attention between the European theater and the Asian theater. But I don't think that the resurgence in the Atlantic relationship came only after the Russian invasion. I think we've seen that despite the end of the Cold War, despite differences over the invasion of Iraq, despite the Trump era, the two sides of the Atlantic have held steady, and the partnership was already in good shape, which is why I think on day one, actually before day one, there was a transatlantic consensus about aiding Ukraine, sanctioning Russia, and beefing up NATO's eastern flank. Is the war in Ukraine over? No, but I think Russia has already been dealt a strategic defeat from which it will take generations to recover. My final comment as an introduction would be that if you ask what most worries me moving forward, it's not Russia in Ukraine, it's not China in the Indo-Pacific, it's us. I think we are still living through a moment of crisis, might be too strong, but vulnerability at home, in which illiberal populism, in which racism, in which fragmentation is not behind us. And we need to prosecute the war in Ukraine, keep an eye on Russia, keep an eye on China, but also get our own houses in order. Because if we don't do that, we're never going to deal with external threats.
I'll try. So thank you very much for inviting me. A few things I would say. I think it's a very complex question. It creates, we should talk about identity, we should talk about many things. But I would say, first of all, I think Putin counted what US transatlantic community will not react as we reacted after February 24. I think he counted, of course, on very fast offensive. After that, on some negotiation with the West on the new positions in Europe's security architecture, and I think we survived this challenge. Really, we survived this challenge, and it was unexpected for Russia. So it's one point. Another thing, I liked introductory remark today, that he expected a Finlandization of at least eastern flank of NATO, because if you want to see what is Putin's vision, how he see NATO in Central Europe, it was the ultimatum which he made in January. I mean, he said that NATO all presence in eastern flank should go west to Berlin. And it was like showing what kind of future for us. You know, it's a formal NATO membership, just a formal NATO membership. And he rejected that, of course, with the help of Ukrainian brave response to Russia. But anyway, it's a big aim of Putin to create a Finlandization of eastern flank. And what he has now, he has Finland in NATO, probably he will have Sweden in NATO, and also he have a lot of changes in NATO defense planning. NATO from flexible response went to the forward defense idea. And here United States was always now on flexible response side, which we eastern flank countries, especially we in Lithuania, we always said more US troops on the ground, more deterrence. and now we have more NATO in our region after that. New defense planning, decision making. We are working on the German brigade. Other Baltic states are also working on more forward defense ideas in practical and so on and so on. So it's also, we reacted. NATO reacted to the Russian challenge. So, and the United States reacted together with European Union. Many changes in EU, many changes in Germany. Zeitenwende, we can discuss a lot. It's very important thing, but of course it's very, as you see, it should be, you should use a different context. It's for Ukraine, sometimes it's, Germany can do more. From our point of view, with all strategic culture in Germany of identity challenges and so on, you see tremendous changes, even during the government, which is formed by center-left parties. So I mean, it's, I would say it's a historical change. Many now discuss, is it for permanent, is for granted, it can be pushed back, you know, still open questions, but anyway, it is a big challenge, a big change. And when I remember 2002, of course it was a neoconservative interpretation about United States as a Mars and Europe as a Venus. Now I think we all meant more to the Mars, you know, than together, you know. So it's good because Mars can fight back the geopolitical hooligans and such adversaries like Putin. So there are many changes in a good direction.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll be brief because I don't want to repeat everything what has been just said. The truth is that the world is changing. True is that before last year, no one could even imagine that there's going to be war in European soil again. So we can see where the threat is coming from. We can all say that the biggest threats in Europe is now Russia. That's clear. That's nothing to discuss. But the changes, and my colleague just spoke about it. The changes are huge. We realized that, especially in the European Union, we realized that we were sleeping for the last few years, not just with security, but with innovations, with being independent and stuff like that. Because there was China was mentioned, and so now we are trying to catch up those days we were sleeping, as I was mentioning, but. The truth is, if we go back to that question, the relationship has changed with the relationship between U.S. and European Union. It's changed a lot also. We can see that many countries are now getting more, giving more money to the security, to defense. Czech Republic is gonna meet most probably 2% of GDP next year. And we can see that speed up that process with our responsibilities to NATO. But on the other hand, and it was also mentioned here, US was aiming more to Indo-Pacific region, not to Russia, not to European Union. And so far, we still don't have any agreement with US. We all know how ended TTIP, for example. So yes, we change the relationship with US in defense. We probably strengthen up NATO alliances inside, but nothing else changed so far because now we are focusing on Russia, on defeating Russia, but then still we have lots of homeworks in front of us.
Thank you, and first I want to say that I'm very happy to be in Prague, a city that I simply adore, and I'm very thankful for the invitation to be here and for the excellent organization of this conference. Well, if the question is posed how the North American European relations have evolved now after Russia started this full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we have to look into the perspective a little back. What are we comparing with? And first to remind ourselves that NATO not only successfully survived that period in the early 1990s when the end of the Cold War was prematurely declared, which proved to be utterly wrong. but NATO also enlarged and evolved and adapted and became stronger because of three guys to whom perhaps we should erect monuments in front of NATO's HQ in Brussels. And I'm speaking about Slobodan Milosevic, about Osama bin Laden, and finally about Vladimir Putin. So these three guys have done a lot to preserve NATO, to make it stronger. Especially Vladimir Putin has done a lot because now remember, there was nothing in the new members of NATO since 2004 until 2017 with the EFP presence coming and so on, except for the Baltic air policing from Lithuania. That was the only thing, and so on. So, and that meant that the alliance grew stronger. And of course, there is two dimensions in American-European relations. First, an economic dimension where we cooperate, but we are also competitors in many areas. We have trade quarrels and whatever, but then we also have a very strong security dimension that we share, and we see that the American commitment to Europe's security is as strong as ever, perhaps even stronger. And now, as you said quite clearly before, this full-scale invasion of Russia has brought out even more. It has emphasized America's role here. What would we do now in such a situation without the North Atlantic Alliance, without the prepositioning of troops in which the United States of America plays a key role in the whole flank area, and without the American military support to Ukraine, that we are also giving money and armaments and munitions and so on, but let's be frank, without America doing that, would actually Europe venture to support Ukraine in the volume and the way it actually does? So Putin once again revealed how important is the United States for our defense, and this is probably the principal conclusion that we should draw from this first question, I suppose.
All right. I would like to remind our lovely audience that you will have the chance to pose your questions via this Slido app that you can get via scanning your card. And we are going to look at the questions in the end at Slido, so not really raising hands as we usually do. So please keep that in mind. And touching upon the points which were already raised, since you already mentioned that we have troubles in the West, we have internal divisions, and we have the populists who are eager to jump on any cracks. We certainly have the issue that we cannot really avoid, which is the war fatigue. How do you see, how can we avoid or how can we overcome the war fatigue in Europe and the US? So how can we actually keep our help to Ukraine so that they could really win this war? How do you see that? Jen?
You know, for me, the more interesting question is why did it take so long for the war fatigue to become apparent? And I think that the steadiness of the coalition that has come together across the Atlantic is, to me, very impressive. We're now in war month 19. US and Europe have been standing shoulder to shoulder since before the invasion. And so far, really until about a week ago, we did not see any cracks. And I did not think that we would last that long, quite honestly, given inflation, given the influx of refugees, and also having lived through the Trump era in Washington, D.C., I had a first-hand look at the power of an America First narrative. And so I'm not at all surprised that we're beginning to see these cracks. As I said, I'm surprised that they didn't start appearing sooner. How do we deal with them? Well, I think in two different ways. We have to deal with them from both ends. One end is to make a case to our publics as to why it's important to continue to flow aid to Ukraine and to remake the case. And I understand Biden is going to give a speech, a primetime speech to the American people I'm guessing next week, and he should, because, you know, the U.S. Congress just kept our government open, but it did so by zeroing out aid to Ukraine. And apparently, just reading the paper this morning, more and more Republicans are getting on the bandwagon of no more aid to Ukraine. So this is growing, and I think because of the election in Slovakia, because of the spat between Poland and Ukraine over grain, it's now becoming more politically acceptable to say, we're tired. We already gave them $113 billion. Why do we need to give them more? And so I don't expect that voice to die out. I actually expect it to get stronger here and where I live. And so I also think we have to work the other side of the equation and say, what do we do now? What's the next phase of this war? And I share Jeff Gedman's view that in an ideal world, we would give Ukraine what it takes to restore full territorial sovereignty. I'm just less optimistic than he is that we can do that. I'm less optimistic that even if we give them F-16s tonight and more tanks and HIMARS and ATACMS, that they're going to break through multiple lines of defense. So far, this is a very sobering fact reported by the New York Times last week. In this calendar year, Russia has taken more land than Ukraine. And so I do think we need to ask, is it credible? Is it realistic to assume that they're going to make it to the Sea of Azov and take back Crimea and take back Donbass? And if we don't think it's realistic, then we need to begin to talk about a plan B, whether that means diplomacy, whether it means learning to live with what could be a frozen conflict. But good strategy is about not just the desirable, it is also about the possible. And so I think it is time for us collectively with the Ukrainians to have a conversation about where we go from here.
To explain to the people, to the societies, what would happen if we will give less support to Ukraine. You know, one scenario, Russia can go further. Where it stops, never know. Another scenario, peace talks according Russian rules. It means probably a new frozen conflict with a bigger occupied territories. New frozen conflict opens up opportunity for Russia to recover its capabilities. The intention to go forward, even in Ukraine, in the NATO, it's always open in Russia. The intention, the identity, it's not problem with that. So if you want less costs, and if you calculate on the costs analysis and benefits analysis, if you want to less cost, give more as possible to Ukraine, with the help of Ukrainians, to fight and to weaken Russia as adversary. It's so simple. If not, you will have a war in 5-7 years, maybe against Ukraine, one more, maybe against Baltic states, and you should send your troops to defend Baltic states because it's NATO. So it means if you want to avoid this, give more to Ukraine, with the Ukrainians' will to fight, will defend its country, you can weaken structurally Russia. Even now, if you look at the losses of Russia on the ground forces, it's 5-7 years at least, even more. Okay, in the Navy, in air domain, it's different, but anyway, it's a big, tremendous changes. We are looking for the counteroffensive, yes, of course, but looking structurally, we pushed back Russia with the help of Ukrainians 5-7, even 10 years ago. Back. So it means, but we should not calculate one thing. We should not apply Western criteria to understanding Russia. Society will not raise these questions why we need money for the military things. They will spend it, you know. They can recover even in the context of sanctions. It's a nation, it's a different cultural, absolutely trend in Russia. So it means we have time to prepare. We're trying to prepare in Lithuania, we're trying to prepare in NATO, and so on. So the best way to now to control, to contain Russia, to give more to Ukraine and keep that fight?
There's many things coming to this. First of all, we're not fighting just the ground war in Ukraine. We have more issues. We are fighting hybrid threats from Belarus with migration. There are many things, or many things where we are fighting against. And I was also one thing where we are fighting against this. I was listening one good podcast, and they were mentioning, and I agree, that we are fighting by the rules. We always keep the rules in European Union. We fighting by the rules, but we're fighting against someone or anyone who's not taking care about the rules. Russia doesn't care about the rules, you know. So we still, so it's even harder for us now to get that fight, and we should probably also look in the history, like what happened in, for example, Korean War. There's an armistice. It's tough. It's tough to handle the borders, but there's at least something. And we had the discussion all the time about winning. Ukraine has to win the war, but we need also to put on the paper what's gonna be that win. How we see the win? Is it armistice? Is it that Ukraine will have all the borders, Crimea, Donbass, whatever, or is it defeat of Russia? So we need to put this on the table, and we need to have, as you mentioned, the plan B, because if the war is coming for another years and it's going to be frozen conflict, then yes, definitely, people is going to feel that fatigue and will be like not taking care of it at all. The role what we should have, first of all, it's yes, to explain to people what you were mentioning, what the war is about democracy, about freedom, about the threats Russia posing to European Union. But we also have to take care about the things they need, the people in Europe need, because we are going from one crisis to another crisis. We had COVID, now we're having the war in Ukraine, and yes, people are exhausted, obviously. Inflation, prices of energy, so they have their own issues. So if we explaining them how we help Ukraine, we should also explain them that helping Ukraine and helping them itself is helping all of us. But it's the hardest point of it. It's the hardest point of how to do it, because people are getting exhausted. That's true.
Thank you. Well, being the last speaker on every question, I would hardly wish to repeat what has been said. I agree with all the points made. But just, I would tell the public in the Western democracies, we're speaking about fatigue. Look at Ukraine. Look at Ukrainians. What should they say about fatigue? Being bombed daily, killed, slaughtered, with all that destruction, shouldn't they rather speak of fatigue? No, and they are fighting. And we are watching that on TV and speak about fatigue. Whereas we should realize in our societies that we are at war too with Russia. Yeah, the kinetic war is indeed in Ukraine, but in all other respects we are at war with Russia, politically, economically, in all respects, diplomatically and so on. So, and we must realize that. Russia spends about a third of its state federal budget now directly or indirectly in the war. So, little by little, Russia moved to a war economy regime. What have we done? Nothing. We have even big trouble in revitalizing Europe's defense industry to start, last but not least, producing some ammunition, you know, that Ukraine needs, that we need. We are thinking in terms of winning a war while we're worrying if our economy will grow 1% or recede 1%. And in such terms, we believe that we can win a war against Russia without making real sacrifices. Yeah, we have given very much, but perhaps insufficiently so far, and we should make much bigger efforts in this sense. Now look at the defense expenditures of NATO allies. The allies that are on the flank, Russia's neighbors, how much they spend, 3%, 4% of their GDP and so on defense, because they are there. They are vulnerable to a Russian attack. They are direct members of Russia's. How much spend some other allies? We all have pledged to spend 2% of our GDP on defense, but some others who think that Russia would never attack them or occupy them, well, can spend 1.2%. That's nice, that's fine, and so on. So this should be a common effort and a common understanding that we are all at risk. And Estonia will spend 3.2% of its GDP next year on defense. And by the way, more than a half of that, 53% of the defense budget is allocated for purchasing arms and ammunitions. A day of fighting in terms of ammunition on our territories, this is not a state secret, it has been spelled out by our Chief of Defense, could cost between 100 and 150 million euros. You buy ammunition for 450 million, you buy yourself 3 days to fight the Russians back in full battle conditions. So this is the truth. This is on terms that we should really think. We should build real capabilities and capacity to defend, and we should show strength to the Russians. I remember that all the discussions we have had in NATO, in the EU, bilaterally, in other multilateral contexts, we always reach one and the same conclusion, that Russia only recognizes a show of force and strength, and that is what it respects. And for some reason, after reaching this conclusion each and every time, we don't take it into account in what we do, actually. Neither politically and nor in terms of capacities that we demonstrate and build. We're still kind of, the Russians will never give up nuclear threats until they work, for instance. This is an instrument, the way they prepared the full-scale invasion and attack against Ukraine was very primitive and very yeah. They thought they would take Kiev in a couple of days or a week, and if there would be a strong response from the West, including the United States and so on, they would immediately start with the nuclear blackmail and so on. What else do they have to threaten us with? It's just the nuclear blackmail, nothing else. They don't have economic leverage. They don't have economic leverage against most of the countries in Europe now, including Finland, Sweden, and so on. As a matter of fact, these countries now have become members of NATO. They have nothing to be afraid anymore from the Russian side, not even economically. So we must show really determination and understanding that this is a war and we have to make more sacrifices. This is the conclusion I would draw. Thank you.
Feel free to react if you feel like. I saw that you were gathering your thoughts.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand what my colleague is saying, but that's the point. That's not easy across the Europe because not all European nations see the same threats. If you are neighboring the Russian, yeah, then you see it. If you're not, then you see the different point of view. That's why I was mentioning that it's quite hard for us being politicians, for us to explain what's happening in Ukraine, but how we should deal with it, and also keeping safe the people in our countries. But there are more points we can discuss. Now, it's when the war started, there is also big wave of disinformation campaigns coming from Russia. We all know that, and it's also the hard part to fight with that, because then it's easy to cover everything by the disinformation. You know? So that's how I was mentioning that we are fighting on many levels, not just on the ground. We are fighting those hybrid threats, etc., etc. So that's why I was thinking that mentioning that it's a little bit harder. If we talk about Russia, yes, true is that I thinking that they are getting economically drained. They don't have much in the stock. But also, if we look around, we have to find, and we have to be focused on also who is backing up Russia, because if you look in United Nations, that's not just about Russia, because Russia is backing up by few states. okay, North Korea, we can talk about North Korea, how big impact they can have, but they obviously can have some impact, you know, because they had the meeting now. So Security Council, yeah. So there are many things we have to look at. So it's not that easy to talk just about Russia, because there are many nations covering Russia. You know, we have to look in Africa, because then we're fighting again on different levels. We can talk about it for hours, but I will just mention that it's not that easy, even when I understand the neighboring countries.
You know, Eastern flank and Baltic states knows quite well with whom we have a deal, you know, or the situation. You know, I remember when some people in Germany always said to us, let's build the pipeline, let's build the Nord Stream, and it will bind Russia, it will engage economic, we will be interdependent in, if you trade, you don't go to war. And you see it does not work. I remember after 2014, we said, give more exercises in Ukraine, give more weapons to Ukraine, because it will deter Russia to, you know, to continue the war or to make a full-scale war. They said, no, it will provoke Russia. And you see, we did not give weapons, and it provoked Russia. So I absolutely agree with my colleague, what, you know, on this strength, peace through strength. Ronald Reagan. It's still, I think, is important point.
Talking about strength, how do you see the EU strategic autonomy? This is a question to all of us. So eventually, what do you think, in your view, what is the ideal ratio of cooperation and rivalry between the US and the EU?
I think that the Russian invasion has either killed permanently the concept of strategic autonomy, or at least put it in the icebox for a long time, because it has reinforced the need for the United States and Europe to team up to contain Russia. Just like the good old days. You know, NATO is back in business as a collective defense organization. And my best guess is that the American troops and the American ships and the American aircraft that have come in the wake of the Russian invasion aren't going to leave anytime soon. They'll probably be in Europe for as long as Putin is in power. And unfortunately, that could be quite some time. That having been said, there will be a debate moving forward about burden sharing, about the need for Europeans to do more. Everyone thinks, you know, that Trump is the one who came out with the tin cup and said, how much are you spending on defense? But it's important to keep in mind that it was Obama at the Wales summit who got the 2% commitment. And so this is something that enjoys bipartisan support. And I do think that over time, there will be pressure in the United States for Europe to do more. Not as an autonomous actor, not as an independent actor, but as a partner. And I'm someone who believes that the stronger Europe gets, the better the partnership will be with the United States, because the US will pay you more attention. And that's because you can bring more assets to the table, and you have more skin in the game, and as a consequence, the partnership gets stronger, it doesn't get weaker. I do think that apart from this question of strategic autonomy and defense spending, we also need to have a conversation about, number one, China. Because I do think that there is a gap in perceptions when it comes to China. The US, I feel, is sort of going beyond de-risking. I could imagine that we move to something that looks more like decoupling. There isn't support for that, certainly in Germany. I don't know about in the rest of Europe. And the other place where I think we need to have a conversation collectively is on the global south. Because one of my big takeaways from the war in Ukraine is that most of the world does not want to take sides in what appears to be a new era of East-West rivalry. Basically, all of South America, all of the Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia, South Asia, they're all saying, don't look at us. And so I think we have a sense that in this unfolding 21st century, countries are going to pick and choose. One day they're going to side with the West, next day they're going to be with China, and this creates a great deal more flexibility, unpredictability, uncertainty. And I think that we, transatlantic partners, collectively need to figure out how to navigate what is going to be a very complicated diplomatic and geopolitical landscape.
You know, I agree with all these ideas on duplication and new structures, European decision-making, which can avoid US from participation in EU security architecture is over, or at least frozen. But as I say, look, I can give you an example with some joke. With a chairman, we have Nordic-Baltic format plus Poland and plus Germany. We had both defense chairs in our parliament. And we were in Germany in April, in May, and one of our colleagues was asking all the time German generals, who are #1 army in Europe? One of the German generals said, United States. He said, no, in Europe. He said, yes, United States. I mean, even in Europe, they have the most powerful capabilities. So when somebody from EU countries will be more powerful, we can say it is strategic autonomy. You should invest, you should defense spending, increase defense spending, and this is the best way to show your autonomy, because it's border sharing and so on. And of course, United States looks at the security and, very broad. China is a bigger factor, of course, in the planning. It's not a case about. That's why we say European countries should, spend more. Even looking at the defense planning, we are asking now European NATO countries to dedicate more capabilities for the first with the defense planning. And the United States will be like a more backup, because of course resources should be paid to Taiwan, to with a 360. So more defense spending, more border sharing. This is the real strategic autonomy.
Yeah, well, what I think, like European Union gave up a strategic autonomy years ago. It was mentioned already with the gas from Russia, with all the technology we export to China. They already know better than us because we learned them how to do it. So now we are slowly getting back and trying to save the European continent. We are a big economic power, that's true. But also when we don't have those plans, how to have those fossil fuels, because we still need them. If we talk about batteries, we still need that raw materials coming from China. So it's really hard. If it comes to United States, it's also hard to know, because I already mentioned TTIP, and now we are strengthening our cooperation, but it's within the NATO, it's within the security and defense. And truly, and also was mentioned already, focus of United States were, before the full-scale invasion to Ukraine, to Indo-Pacific. Also European countries were aiming to the Indo-Pacific. So it's hard where we can move, but I think that there's always be some kind of rivalry between the United States and Europe as economic superpowers, let me can say. But we have to find a way how we cooperate more closely, not just in defense, but also in economic. Because if we look around, when we were thinking and making ourselves European Union making look better, that we are having the more clean factories, more cleaner manufacturing, and we all exports to the Asian countries and third countries. Now we look better. We have nice numbers. We're gonna be CO2 neutral, but yes, but we are dependent on the countries where we export all the technologies.
Yeah, well, I've never thought too much about Europe's strategic autonomy even before the 24th of February last year. So when I worked as a research fellow at the International Center for Defense and Security in Tallinn. We wrote some reports and studies on that, and always came to the conclusion that it doesn't make sense, obviously, to have different sets of capabilities, and we don't have the resources, we don't have the need to duplicate NATO, and NATO and EU should be obviously complementing and supporting each other. And we did our best in 2017, while Estonia had the presidency of the EU, to promote this defense dimension in the EU through the PESCO, the Permanent Structure Cooperation, and other things, you know, to have practical kind of things being done, projects in the defense industry. And this is precisely what is needed, and this is what the Americans have asked us to do. This is how they understand this Europe, l'Europe de la défense, as the French would say. I mean, just produce things, be stronger and so on, but don't undermine the North Atlantic Alliance with that. And strengthen your defense industries. And now we see what is needed. Drones, 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 ammunition, 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 things that are like, you know, jumping in our face from when we look at what the war in Ukraine. We understand very well how Russia wages a war. We have to learn it. It's like an open book. Just learn from it, and what we need to do, what we need to produce and to have and to employ. We have to build a very strong deterrence. Moscow didn't dare to attack NATO ever. Not even under Stalin, because Stalin lived 4 more years almost after NATO was founded. So would Putin be more bold than Stalin? I don't think so. And the reason that we're always kind of in our considerations afraid of a nuclear war, of the enlargement of the conflict. I mean, let's be frank. If the Russians would have wanted to enlarge the conflict in whatever way, they would have done that already, notwithstanding what we are doing or we're not doing. So let's stop living in illusions. One of the many illusions is that we must be careful not to provoke the Russians to do this. It's impossible to provoke them. They can only provoke themselves if they want to, and then say, oh, I will attack you because of whatever reason they have picked up. So we must clear our minds in many ways when we think of Russia's politics and so on. There is one way to stop this war, and please think that the prolongation of the war indefinitely, this is the new policy of Putin. He understands that he cannot win this war, and on the other hand, he understands that he cannot lose this war. So the only solution, in quotation marks, is to go on with this war, and as long as this war continues, Putin's regime is there. So it will mobilize the people, it will instill even more terror in the population, and so on. People even thinking that the war should end would be already under a paragraph and so on and sent to prison. So, and this is horrible. This is worse than what happened in Stalin times in many respects, what's going on in Russia. And still we are kind of shocked by what Russia does in Ukraine, but we are not so shocked about what Russia does internally in its own country. And its behavior in Ukraine stems directly from its policy at home. A country whose system is based on violence and so on, it cannot behave nicely and politely with its neighbors. Behaves the same way. A bully at home is a bully outside its home. It's clear. I mean, these people, the unfortunate Russian people, the vast majority of them have never ever experienced real freedom and democracy. There were 2 years, from 91 to 93, that were relative kind of democracy in Russia. And then it was finished with when Yeltsin was forced to again legalize the Communist Party and so on and so forth. And finally the KGB came to power. And they have never experienced, the vast majority of the Russians, real how would you say, prosperity. And these are alien to them, unfortunately. And we value all these, democracy, freedom, prosperity, and this is our way of life. But for them, these are strange things, for most of them, unfortunately. Yeah. So we live in that sense in different worlds, and there would be little we can do. The credibility of Russia is almost zero. We speak of a plan B to hold peace talks with them and agree on something. What is the basis for the credibility of an agreement with Russia? That it would be durable, it would be just, and so on. Zero. The very next day, the very next moment, they would say no. How can a leader of Russia be credible if 2 days before they invaded Ukraine would say that they do not intend to invade anybody, and so on. And these are questions we always have to remind ourselves.
Just a few comments in response. I'm uncomfortable with the sort of black and white version of things. That is to say that if we drive the Russians out of Ukraine and kick them out of Donbass and out of Crimea, then everything's fine. And if they end up with 100 square kilometers of this or that or the other thing, then everything's not fine. Everything's not fine no matter what, right? Russia is going to be a troublemaker no matter what, no matter when and where this war ends. And so I don't think that we should hold out a particular outcome as the only acceptable outcome, especially when we are now facing domestic misgivings and domestic pushback of a sort that I think are going to get stronger over time. And I hear that Yaroslav is also concerned about the domestic politics of this issue. And the second comment I'd make is I'm a little uncomfortable being dismissive of the chances of escalation. This is a dangerous war, right? You know, the missiles are falling in Romania and Poland. Russian fighter jets pushed down a US drone. Drones are attacking Russia, including in Moscow. We're not that far from World War III. And I don't think we're going to get to World War III. I agree with you that Russia has no interest in escalation. They're having a hard enough time defeating Ukraine. They don't want to fight Ukraine plus 32 NATO members. But this is a dangerous war. It could spin out of control. And I think Biden and colleagues have been right to keep an eye on the question, to say no to a no-fly zone. It was right for Sunak a few days ago to say, no, we're not sending British troops to train on the ground in Ukraine, because if they get bombed, we will be at war with Russia. So these are real considerations that I think we need to keep front and center.
One very quickly, if I may. Ukraine cannot win over Russia. Ukraine can only liberate its country. That's all that it can do. With our help, we can win only collectively, together with Ukraine, over Russia. And that is our job, not Ukraine's job, to win Russia. And we can only achieve that, I think, through economic means. Russia can be won only economically if we put more efforts in the sanctions, and including vis-à-vis third countries that help Russia. It's the only way to make Russia weak in terms that it won't have the cash and the technology it needs to continue to wage the war. Only then they will stop, when it will physically not be possible for them to afford fighting anymore.
On escalation, de-escalation. I agree that Russia is trying to test their red lines. You mentioned drones in Romania, something in Poland. The problem is that NATO is a defensive alliance. So it means that in escalation, de-escalation phase, and the first phase, NATO will always will try to de-escalate if it's possible. And Russia knows that. That's why even weaker Russia can try to be a bully and to look how the de-escalation defensive alliance can react or not react. And this is a problem, because you can push the red line, quite pushing it further. Because we can ask what kind of NATO could be, what kind of NATO response would be in some rocket missile attack on some strategic infrastructure in the NATO countries. Do we have a concrete answer? Do we have an algorithm? Probably it will be a political decision, So that's why, I like some countries which I will not mention, but we have very clear concept. You got once, you get twice back, and then let's de-escalate. This is the thing how to deal with Russia. But we are quite, no, it's not, we still not in that shape. We're still not in that shape.
Just one short comment. I wouldn't underestimate the diplomacy. Even the Korean War was solved by diplomacy. Even when it takes almost half a year just behind the table, I wouldn't underestimate it. I know the meaning that for Putin he needs to see the power against him, and it's obviously true. But for example, we have now discussion here in Czech Republic if we should have new ambassador in Russia. I think we should have. Even when we are not in good relationship with Russia, everyone knows that. And we have own history with Russia, so I don't have big expectations from Russia. But still, I think we have to have the diplomats there, even when the country where we have so bad relationship like we have with Russia. Because one day, there's going to be diplomats, not the politicians like me with the hot hats, shouting each other and making those red lines. Those going to be diplomats who are dealing with those issues. So I wouldn't underestimate it. I can agree with that Putin needs to see the power, but still it's not black and white, and I wouldn't underestimate it.
Talking about the future of Russia, I took a glance at our Slido and we are flooded with questions, which is actually impressive. So thank you very much for the questions. So we have an excellent question about, do you see any Russian leader who can come after Putin and when he's out of office, and that person who could become a partner for the West to restart diplomatic talks and cooperation? How do you see this?
There are some in jail, I'm joking a little bit, but it's real, remember we had a discussion, is it a Putin's war or Russia war? So we in Lithuania responded very clear. It's a Russian war, even because of propaganda, absolutely majority of Russian citizens supports the war. This is reality. The dissidents are in jail or in Western countries. It's very simple. Driving force for the changes now today in Russia, I would say it's quite weak. And that's why it creates the difficult for the future, what kind of scenarios. And this is a problem with the West approach. I remember when we reestablished our independence, and leaders of the Western European countries, Francois Mitterrand, late Helmut Kohl, we said, don't hurry, go negotiate with Gorbachev. Because Gorbachev is trying to make perestroika, we should help him, not to make him obstacles. And your independence can be obstacles because he is trying to oppose these conservative communists and so on. And it was the idea, look, better we will have a leader in Russia, which you know more or less, but not 25 Prigozhins. Okay, Prigozhin is now maybe not the best name, but anyway, the black hole, not a black hole. Better to have an authoritarian leader, not a black hole with a house. And this is approach in the West, which was alive 30 years ago, is still alive now. When you're saying, look, what the future of Russia using the nuclear, weapons and so on. Better to know a leader, not to create a house. And this also creates a problematic, for our actions, because we still do not answer to the main question: what is the main final destination of our Western community in Ukraine? Is it to help Ukraine to defend itself, to support as it needed, as long as it takes, or is it till the final victory? We still have different rhetoric. In the Baltics, of course, you will hear about victory, a little bit Western side, and you will see more like diplomatical terms. So this is still a big challenge, I would say, and homework for us.
If I may, that first of all, we have to look what do we want, what we are talking about. If we talking about the regime in Russia is gonna change, I don't think so. And if you look in the history, how when there was any authoritarian leader or I don't know, autocrats or whatever, dictator in power more than 15 or 20 years, he left the office always by the bullet or because he died in that position. And both went wrong. If he died in that, someone take the power, just he established, because it's easy way. Usually in those cases there was kind of family, and then someone from the family took over. If it's by the bullet, for example, when in some coups in Africa, then it doesn't change that regime, because if it's like that by power, by using guns and those coups, it's never changed. So only. But what I think, and it's probably, I'm gonna probably sound a little bit realistic, but if we want to change the regime, it must come from the people. If it comes from another leaders, if it comes from the army, if it comes from some opponent, but who is on the same level like Putin, it's not gonna change. So it's hard to say who's gonna be the next leader of Russia. Who we see, I don't see anyone at the moment, because there is no one established actually. If we don't talk about the arrested politician, but their chances are really low, let's be honest. So if we are waiting for Russia to change their regime, to change, that's gonna be probably for 100 years.
I would just agree with that and add that I think the Prigozhin mutiny gives us some sense of the durability of the regime in that, you know, this rebellion went reasonably far, and there were no signs that major parts of the Russian state were peeling away. This was an opportunity for the military, for the security services, for the oligarchs, for others to say, Ukraine has been a disaster, we need to get rid of this guy, and that didn't happen. And now Prigozhin is dead, and this episode says to me that Putin is going to be around for a very long time, and so I think we just have to assume that this is the Russia that we are going to be dealing with for the foreseeable future. One final comment. I'm less hopeful than Gregoire that the economic sanctions are going to work. And that's simply because we now live in a globalized world, and we have seen Russia move its supply chains to the south. You know, from Turkey, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Central Asia, China, India. They're all happy, right? They're suddenly getting wealthy because they're trading with Russia. And as a consequence, the idea, yeah, we can probably at the margins prevent certain kinds of semiconductors going in and go after regimes in UAE that are serving as loopholes. But the big picture, we're not going to be able to shut them down.
Okay. Well, about Prigozhin, I think he was on the kill list on the 24th of June already, the first day when Putin made his speech, in spite of that deal. So probably Prigozhin 2 months later lost his cautiousness and so on, and he thought that he's safe, which he wasn't, of course. But now about the collective Putin, I would say it's not just a few people around Putin, or 2,000 or 20,000 people. It's more than 100 million. Those people who demand it, who want to have a Tsar. So it's not from up down, all this brainstorming and so on. It hasn't been Putin who has created this. It has come from the bottom up. Putin came up with his regime and this ultra-nationalism, this great Russian chauvinism and imperialism and revanchism and you name it, as a popular demand, basically. After the collapse of the Warsaw Pact, or the disbanding and the collapse of the Soviet Union, absolutely everybody was happy to live in an independent, free country and so on. Even the Belarusians, the Kazakhs, who had never had a country of their own, and so on. except for the Russians. They were the only one unhappy, like the Serbians, to be frank, after the dissolution of their own mini Slavic empire, and because they lost status, they lost vassals, and so on and so forth, and they were not respected anymore, so to say. And this is the consequence. We didn't have that at the beginning of the 90s, a bloody civil war that was in former Yugoslavia. But as the imperial idea is there, it came 30 years later, unfortunately. Because the elite, the KGB elite, they didn't come to power in August 1991, came into power in August 1999. And took down Yeltsin and so on. Speaking of peace with, or making peace with this Putin's regime, on whose terms? Should be on our terms. They don't want to come out with the initiative, oh, let's make peace, because then they would show themselves to be the weaker side, and we are the ones to make demands, then present demands. But they want to have it, they still believe that the game goes around Putin and their diktat and their demands. How can we accept ever that a piece of Ukrainian territory goes through war to Russia's possession? We can throw immediately the international law into the garbage bin. It's nothing. It's the law of the jungle we are going to live if we accept these things and we make such deals with Russia. We have to think of this. We want a world based on law and order. This is what we, and this is particularly in the interests of small countries like Lithuania, Czechia, Estonia, others. So, and in Russia there is no mechanism for a change of power. There has never been a Tsar to invite another Tsar, well, please take my throne, you know, sit on it and start ruling Russia. So there is no mechanism, that's the problem there. And you brought it out very eloquently, how it goes, actually. So, and when Yeltsin as a Tsar was replaced by Putin, it was, his family was a criminal family of Putin's and so on. He got immunity and so on. That was a deal. Would Yeltsin or Putin agree with the deal to get himself immunity or whatever for all the criminal things they have been doing? I don't know. So perhaps, I don't know if how long he will be still in power. You said that it might be very long. Well, he's kind of 70, you know. Stalin died of 73, and he also had the best medical care until he killed all his doctors, of course. Yeah, he might be there, but he might be not. And then we would see a collective ruling of Russia, something like after Stalin, with the power structures collecting ruling. In any way, it is highly desirable for us that there would be no Putin as soon as possible, because Russia would be relatively weak in the period until the next leader would be able to consolidate his power. And that would be very, very important for us, I presume.
One additional short remark. Transformations in Russia happens when splits elites. And when the people goes to the streets, not when the people goes to the streets and there are some transformations into the regime. So this is the main thing. And so the only expectation maybe some division lies inside of elite, but I don't see now at this moment.
Another elephant in the room is the reconstruction. So let's hope that once the war will be over, we will have to somehow help Ukraine to be reconstructed. How do you see, how can the EU and the US support the reconstruction the most effectively? How do you see who should cover the expenses? Many say that Russian frozen assets should be used for it. Do you see it legally feasible? If so, why? If not, why not? And who should coordinate it? So how do you see that? Feel free to.
It's not so easy question for all of us, I would say. But anyway, first principle, act now. Because Russia, what is also trying to show, you look, this city, you cannot do business there. You know, when they attacked the hotel in Zaporozhye, they showed that Zaporozhye will not be a business city. And they will do everywhere. So act now showing what we are already doing that. You know, and we, Lithuania, already did that. We renovated one kindergarten or renovated one school with bomber shelters, quite modern. I was several times there, so it was quite solid. So act now, show the example what we do not afraid. You know, don't wait for insurances, it will not come. We need to act now. It's a one thing. On all these frozen Russian assets, it's tragically what's happening. I mean, already 1 year we are talking about selling the yachts of Russian oligarchs or using the actives of Russian central bank, and nothing happened. I know the arguments, I will not go to into the deep, but you know, to find the formula at least to use this money when it is frozen for the Ukrainians, or to get a profit from this money and to give this profit to Ukraine. It's possible to do, but I know divisions inside of EU. I know there are many countries who say we don't need to do that because other countries will not keep their money in EU, and so on and so on. So this is, you know, how many talks was about frozening, you know, and taking an assess and delivering to Ukraine, and nothing happened, nothing. So it's of course a question for EU institutions and for the big member states in EU.
It's obviously a hard question how we can get some job done in Ukraine. So far, it's still places under bombing. We need the companies who is willing to go to Ukraine to help. I don't know, building new houses, building new schools, kindergartens, and it's gonna be hard because they also need to know the guarantees, because they need to get paid. You know, it's companies. Private companies. So it's gonna be still a hard discussion. And we have also, that's also our homework for the member states countries. If, for example, we know we have the discussion about, for example, Czech Republic, which region, which area is responsible for helping to rebuild. But the companies won't go there if they don't have any guarantees that they're gonna get paid. That's clear. So then we have the homework. If the member states who are responsible for each region make those guarantees for the companies or not, or is the guarantees by European Union? So it's going to be hard discussion and long discussion, I believe. But what my colleague just said about the frozen assets, yes, but that's the point. In the European Union, we are quite slow in making new legislation, and for this we need new legislation. We need new legislation in place. How we can deal with it. I heard about some options, like, of course, if we have frozen assets, so we have to deal with it somehow. So we pay. So we ask for some interest from that coming. You know, so there are probably options, but it takes some time. You know, so and especially when we are dealing with 27 member states, but. It's our question. I even don't know how to reply, because I don't know who's gonna be the guarantee for that. But obviously we have to sit down and deal with it too.
Yeah, Russia should definitively pay for the as much as we can get from Russia through those frozen assets, or those assets of the Russian state or oligarchs, or who have been put on sanctioned lists and so on. Because it's Russia that destroys Ukraine, not us. Russia spends money on destruction. Who's going to rebuild Aleppo? A city of 2 million the Russians have mostly destroyed together with Al-Assad. Again, they would look, oh, here's the EU with a big purse to start rebuilding and so on. This is the distribution of labor, as Russia sees it. They destroy, we rebuild. I don't think, I mean, if there is will, there is a way. And you're right to say that, of course, things are not sizzled in stone. We have to look at the legislation, at the procedures we have nationally and in the EU. And the desirable way would be to make collective decisions, but also individually. In Estonia, we are already moving on a national basis. We want to give yet another example of how things could be done or should be done. Depends from country to country. There are differences, of course. The estimate in Estonia is about 40 million euros of frozen Russian assets. Not perhaps that much, but still something. And I presented in the parliament as chairman of the defense committee the idea that this should be not just simply given to the, but allocated for the restoration of Ukrainian ports through which grain is exported. For instance, as an example, Russians destroy something, we will use Russian money to rebuild what they have destroyed, even if they will attempt once again to destroy that. And this is also, and apart from material responsibility of Russia's for the destruction they have caused in Ukraine, of course you cannot calculate the price of those lives. They have taken thousands and thousands of innocent people that have been killed. But we also have to think of Russia's responsibility for war crimes. And then that is a connection I see there with the peace talks that people are contemplating. On one case, Putin and Mrs. Belova have been already been presented indictments, and now they are kind of under arrest warrant by the ICC. So I think the whole chain is to be prosecuted in a special international tribunal for war crimes, from the real soldiers who killed people in Bucha, in Mariupol, in Irpin, and everywhere, up to Putin. He's the ultimate responsible for all this. This should be Russia's Nuremberg. Russia is to take over from Germany the guilt of war after so many, 80 years maybe. Now it's time for them. This is something that they are terribly afraid of. They are much more afraid of this responsibility for what they are doing. They don't even realize yet what they have doing and what they have done. And it's a horrible tragedy that should not have happened if they would have understood the Ukrainians, whom they called brothers. If you don't know your brother and you attack your brother like that, who should have known the Ukrainians better than the Russians? But they didn't. They didn't know them well to understand in advance that they will be resisted and fiercely resisted. And here we are. But again, if Russia escapes and gets out of this war without being taken responsible, both for war crimes and the damage, we will be in much bigger trouble in the future.
Just one additional thought on this. For me, the greatest defeat for Russia and the greatest success for Ukraine will be the emergence of a successful, prosperous, stable, liberal democracy in Ukraine anchored in the West. That, in some ways, is what Putin is trying to prevent, because it would make him look like one of the last standing dictators of Europe, and he has a hard time imagining Ukraine turning into a successful democracy anchored in the West. The longer this war goes on, the more difficult it will be for Ukraine to get there. And we need to keep in mind, as one of you just mentioned, that the bombs are still falling, buildings are still coming down, ports are still getting struck, 40% of Ukrainian GDP has been lost. That number keeps going up. The reconstruction bill is probably already $500 billion, heading up toward $1 trillion. And so I do think we have to ask, how much longer should Ukraine keep fighting to restore territorial integrity while its country is getting bombed and while its infrastructure is getting destroyed? I think you can make a reasonable case that at some point they are better off saying, we will fight for the rest of our territory at the negotiating table, probably after Putin is dead. But in the meantime, we're going to get on with rebuilding the 84% of Ukraine that we have in our possession. I'm not giving up on Ukrainian territorial integrity. I don't think they should give it up, but we have to have an honest, hard conversation about what is in the interests of Ukraine. Right? And that's a tough conversation to have, but especially given the fatigue, the political complications that we're starting to see here, I think that needs to be that kind of honest conversation. Final point, I'm all for using Russian frozen assets. I just think that has to be done together, right? Our strongest suit from the beginning, really going back to 2014, is the United States and Europe have moved in lockstep. I think Putin really thought he could crack Europe and separate the US from Europe, and that's failed. So whatever we do about reconstruction, whatever we do about the frozen assets, it has to be a collective decision.
We are at the very end of our time, so I would like to ask you to summarize your thoughts in one single sentence. So if you had to summarize your thoughts, the key message that you want to give to our lovely audience today in one single sentence, what would that be?
We have hope, and we must be hopeful, and we can win, but we must do more. I mean, we can come out victorious in this confrontation with Russia in this war if we take tougher economic steps that we should do.
Thank you. That was a lovely long sentence.
But that was we should keep up. We should keep up the support. We should keep up doing what we are doing. We should keep up the good politics. We should keep up the good fight. That's it.
I will repeat the peace through strength.
We're entering a uncertain, bumpy period in international history. How it turns out is going to depend upon the ability of the West to anchor that transition, to stay together, and to rebuild confidence in our economies and our democratic institutions. Strength starts at home.
Thank you very much.
And
yep.
We should tell Russia that peacekeeping doesn't mean taking pieces from other countries and keeping them.
Thank you very much. Please join me in a round of applause to our lovely panelists. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dorka, and thank you all your panelists. It was a very interesting debate. And now we take the last step of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is slowly running to an end. We did talk about running to an end. Last of all, we did talk about Ukraine, about Russian influence, about Asia, and the influence of the China. But for the last word, I would like to ask Mr. Jan Macháček to come to me for the microphone.
Thank you, and thank you for leading us through the conference. And I would like to thank again to all of you who came to speak here, like panelists, to all of you who came to participate and listen to the discussion. And I would like to thank our partners, European Liberal Forum, Friedrich Naumann Foundation. And I think that this conference has been very fruitful, interesting, and important. We have already done it 7 times, as I mentioned at the beginning. I hope we meet next year at the same occasion in better times, perhaps with the war ending, with Ukrainians somehow winning, with China being less assertive, etc. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that unfortunately turbulent times are going to continue, and but there will be a lot of issues to discuss next year and the year after next year. So I would also like to thank the team of the Institute for Politics and Society for putting everything together. It was a hard work, so thanks once again to all of you for coming and participating. See you next year, but with this conference, but as you know, we are very active. We do a lot of events on a weekly and monthly basis. So we would definitely see a lot of you earlier. But this conference will once again happen next year. So enjoy the rest of the day and have a nice weekend.